Depois podes verificar se estamos live no site do HiReach no Facebook. À partida, só a partir das 9 horas é que ele começa, mas o feed, a partida está bombado. Mas já estamos live, já temos 3 participantes em sala. Vou bem dizer isso. Depois confirma se me estás a ouvir. Hi guys, good morning. Good morning everyone. Welcome to the HiReach Startup Showcase. And so I would like to welcome you to this event. My name is Andre Marquet. I'm the CEO of Productized, and I will be hosting this event today. I'd firstly and most importantly like to say thank you to everybody who is with us today. And also I want to thank all the partners of the HiReach event that have been with us through the HiReach program. You know, TRT, Intrasoft, APF, Lux, Mobility, TIS, Technical University of Berlin, and of course our own team at Productized. Productized is a partner too, and we decided to, in accordance with HiReach, to host this event. So let me just give you a quick introduction to the HiReach project, what it is, and what it should be about. So the goal of HiReach is to develop new business-oriented mobility solutions that are capable of improving the accessibility of people living in urban and rural areas and adapting them to the needs of vulnerable citizens as well. And as you might have heard, transportation really emerged as crucial to escaping poverty. And that's actually one of the reasons why we are in this quest to find mobility services that are a part of our humanity and our communities. So in 2009, we had like this perfect storm, and we had the iPhone and the emergence of apps like Uber and mobility as a service. But if you think about from a tech perspective, that was enabled by the fact that we finally had mobile networks. We had APIs, and from a social standpoint, we had huge unemployment, so lots of people willing to work for this kind of services, and of course, very expensive oil. So we had the market right, or so we thought, but it turns out that it's mostly same old people that gets the benefit of this kind of services. So 10 years later, did you ask for another cocktail? Well, we definitely have a cocktail now. From a tech side, Wi-Fi is still pretty crappy, but we now have AI as a service. We have mobility as a service, and guess what? We have a new virus in town. So is this an opportunity for new services? Maybe. So do we have the consumer right? Do we really understand that low-income people represent 25% of total addressable population, that women are more than 51%, and children and young people alone represent 15% of the general population, that migrants are growing every year, that people in rural communities are very much underserved, and people, let alone people with disabilities. So can we find solutions to treat them better, and how? Well, we thought that user-oriented services would be the answer to that, and that's why we think we have the right ingredients for this successful new ventures. We definitely need entrepreneurs that are capable of designing solutions for these people and give them proposals according to their real needs. Startups that think on a positive social impact, but also, of course, have a profit-seeking opportunity. And that's what we found with the 10 startups that we're going to showcase here today. B2Ride, a corporate carpooling solution, Childify, carpooling solution for families, CityMass, mobility as a service platform for reduced mobility persons, Dreamwaves, that is connecting drivers to experienced drivers to take kids to school, Hoop, a flexible carpooling platform and community with shared values for everyday rides, Lamilu, a last mile delivery service for pharmaceutical products, Mobito, mobility data as a service, NAMI, a demand responsive bus service, and Now Mobility, a low cost urban delivery system. And of course, Tandem, that is turning local taxis into microbuses. So the HiReach Startup Lab started with a package of flexible integrated services, collective passenger transportation uh, frameworks, customer driven, and strong product design. We did a startup bootcamp in Vienna in February 2020. That was a 1 week bootcamp where we mostly focused on business methodology and the lean canvas validation of each team. And we have moved in the meantime to the startup acceleration, which is ending today. That was a 3 months follow-up acceleration program where all these 10 startups had access to an open toolbox, API, and technical expertise from mentors and experts. Now, today we are selecting 5 startups that are moving on to the piloting and testing phase with demo days in September 2020. So the next phase is mostly going to be a test bed to allow for the startups to have the real life conditions to test their services. So startup speakers today, we have Juan Arevalo, we have George Cambanes from Mobito, Bernard Meyer from B2Ride, we have Hugo Fortado from Dreamwaves, we have Mihai from New Mobility, Andrea Torrijos from Hoop, David Aid from Lamilu, Sergio Lara from NEMI, Renee Parkins from CityMass, and Alex from Tandem. And we will have a surprise at the end. So to say, we will have Benjamin Lambert, he's the managing director of NEMI in Portugal, to talk a little bit about his investment view on this space of mobility. The jury today with us is going to be led by Cosimo from TRT, Cosimo Shafi, but we'll also have with us João Bernardino here with me in Lisbon, Vasco Reis from TRT, and unfortunately our colleague Oana from Impact Hub Vienna will not be able to join us, but she was able to evaluate all the teams already. So you can basically consider that her input was already considered. So the agenda for today is going to be pretty hectic with the virtual doors starting up at 9. That's with me. But in about 5 minutes, we will have Bernard and Meyer presenting his project, B2Ride. And then we'll move on to the next startup by Juan with Childify. And then at 9:45, we'll have Renee Perkins from CityMass. At 10 o'clock, so all this, of course, are West times, not CET. So these are Lisbon times. We'll have Hugo Fortado from Dreamwaves. And at 10:15, Andrea Torrijos from Hoop. And that is the first part of this morning. We'll have a coffee break, and then after that coffee break, which is bring your own coffee, of course, I'll bring mine for sure. We'll have a last mile delivery for pharmaceutical products presented by David Aid, and then at 11 a.m. mobility data platform by George Cambanes from Mobito. We will have then Sergi Lara presenting the NEMI project, and then Mihai presenting mobility, Alex always presenting Tandem, and then Benjamin doing his small talk, short talk on Vienna and Portugal investment opportunities. And finally, at 12:15, we'll have the startup announcement, which is basically the announcement of the jury regarding which startups move on to the next phase of the project. So our coming speaker is Bernard. He will basically do his speech, and then we will move on to the Q&A with Bernard and the jury. So with no further ado, let me call on this virtual stage Bernard. Good luck.
Hello, my name is Bernhard Edmeyer. I'm the founder and CEO of B2Ride. B2Ride is a provider of a smart business ride-sharing and van pooling solution for employees, focusing on vulnerable people in rural areas. It is our mission to empower people to simply use shared mobility services. Here is a typical example of a general problem of today. 160,000 inhabitants live in the district of Würzburg in Germany. Every day, 60,000 commuters are using the routes from home in the rural area to work in the urban area. The downside, the volume of traffic is constantly increasing, and with it, traffic jams, parking stress, and pollution. There are 7 employers located in the city area, 3 authorities, 3 companies, and 1 hospital, with a total of 14,000 employees. 2,000 people have disabilities. They suffer from transport poverty on their way between home and work and to leisure activities. The transport services for severely disabled people are very expensive and paid by the authorities. Our solution is based on 3 main pillars. On the one hand, we provide employees with the necessary matching software. We developed inclusive features and services for vulnerable people, and our van pooling service operates like a taxi service with a dedicated driver. On the other hand, we manage the operational services for the employers. With our unique onboarding services, we can reach up to 20% of all employees. And we have the necessary experience in dealing with large companies and tenders. In order to increase our user community, for example, in the district of Würzburg, we are also using our rideshare and van pool solution across organizational boundaries. And finally, we support integration into any mobility as a service platform to open the community to everyone. The matching software is fully available. Rides can be requested and offered with front ends such as Android and iOS apps, web browsers, and even calendars. Users usually register with an email of the customer domain and are matched in real time. Especially for vulnerable people, we have created new types of users who can use special B2Ride services with a token for registration. New matching groups make it possible to bring together people in wheelchairs with people who are willing to transport them. You can also match people in wheelchairs into larger vehicles. Users can define their ride preferences, for example, to restrict matching to women only or to be matched with disabled people. Our van pooling service operates like a taxi service and provides a safe ride between home and work, especially for vulnerable people. If the vans are provided by the employer and colleagues on their regular commute are the drivers, the cost per ride are only 5 to 10% of the cost of a taxi. In our role as mobility manager for the employer, we perform the necessary operational services such as reporting and gamification. In the reports, we provide all the necessary details on a daily basis, such as the number of users, the number of travel requests, the matched travel requests, the role of users such as driver, passenger, or both, and the distance and emissions avoided. There's a lot of additional data that we evaluate with business intelligence tools. Based on all this data, we suggest activities to the employer to ensure that the ride-sharing community flourishes. This may include communication, lotteries, rewards for the leaderboard, and information days on mobility. In order to inform all users about the travel requests offered, we provide all details of departures and arrivals at a customer location in real time, which can be displayed in the canteen or near the reception. Our customers typically do not have the resources or expertise to manage the implementation of a ride-sharing and van pooling solution. With our services, we enable a successful onboarding of the employees. In consultation with the client, we provide a project manager, we draw up the project plan, the tasks and milestones, and propose the necessary marketing content. Since the software is white label software, we configure the client's corporate identity, all predefined sites, and required functions. We help employees to change their behavior by no longer driving alone in a car, but as drivers or passengers in a carpool or van pool. To gain the necessary knowledge, we offer registration workshops and training on software functions on site and online. All information is placed on the customer's intranet and communicated to the users via all available channels. The willingness of employees can be achieved through financial incentives, social activities, and comfort benefits such as reserved parking spaces for drivers or door-to-door transport for passengers. In order to enlarge our user community, we offer B2Ride to organizations in the neighborhood of our clients in the industrial zones and city districts. We can match users across organizations' boundaries. We support the integration of all travel requests into any mobility as a service platform to open the community for everyone. With Deutsche Bahn, we are now partnering to realize a first implementation. We have already gained traction in 2019 when B2Ride won an award at the By Startup Business Plan competition in Bavaria. At our first customer in Austria, we fulfilled over 10,000 ride requests and avoided 150,000 kilometers of driving distance. Today, we have signed contracts from 3 authorities and 4 companies and 850 paid user subscriptions. Employers of vulnerable people in rural areas told us in interviews that there's a huge need for ride sharing and van pooling for commuting between home and work and for recreational activities. Based on the source of theexaminer.com, the global carpooling will have a market size of $11 billion in 2025. Focusing on Europe and corporate carpooling, the market still has a size of $780 million. The expected growth rate year on year is 18.49%. Our beachhead market is Germany with 249 districts, 16 state authorities, and 80,000 companies with more than 50 employees. And Austria with 79 districts, 9 state authorities, and 6,500 companies with more than 50 employees. Our revenues are primarily based on subscriptions per user of our rideshare and mempool solution paid for by employers. In addition, we are paid for hardware per product, such as rewards, displays, or even charging stations. Workshops are paid per day and consulting for onboarding services and training per hour. Thanks to HiReach, we identified a new target group. We did a lot of interviews with authorities, hospitals, and companies employing people with disabilities. And we got fantastic support to develop our new services and had great coaches. We would love to continue with the pilot development, to finalize our work on van pooling for people in wheelchairs, to provide our services across organizations' borders, to do the first mass integration with Deutsche Bahn, and run several pilots with our 7 customers. We look forward to presenting our results at the final demo in Brussels. Here you can see our main competitors in Germany and Austria. With a headquarter in Munich, we want to operate in all European countries. Our target groups are authorities, companies, and districts. Our key competitive advantages are: first, unique operating and onboarding services; second, unique ride-sharing and van pooling services as well for vulnerable people; and our strong cooperation partners. We have a very lean core team. Barbara has a master in automotive and mobility management and is responsible for business development and project management. Before she joined B2Ride in 2019, she worked as a research associate at the Ingolstadt University of Technology. I did a PhD in telecommunications after I finished a master in electrical engineering at the Munich University of Technology. I have worked 23 years for British Telecom Global Services in several roles. It is our mission to empower people to simply use shared mobility services. Our vision is to become the business ride-sharing and van pooling solution provider with the best customer experience in Europe in 2025. So please talk to us to bring B2Ride to new regions and customers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bernard, for your wonderful presentation. I will now ask you to maybe turn on your video if you don't mind, so that we see that you are there. There you are. Good morning.
Hi there. Thanks,
Hi there.
Andre.
Thank you. Thank you for doing your pitch and being with us today. I already have an element of the jury here with me, and I'm going to ask Cosimo to also start his video. He's also the representative of the jury. Good morning, Cosimo. I think, yeah, you are also muted, so there.
Good morning. Good morning,
Yes,
everyone.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah. Andre, can I ask you to add some other members of the jury so we can see?
We have with us João Bernardino. João, if you mind joining us.
Hi there. Just hi, João. Okay. Okay, so shall we start? I think I can start with a question to you, Bernard. I was in contact with you, so I'm pretty aware of your progress and what you try to do in order to expand also the potential of your solution. I have a question for you regarding this additional feature for the van pooling option. I mean, which are the most relevant elements that you found out to try to have a van pooling integrated in a carpooling? I mean, the possibility to involve also local communities in the countryside, and if you can say also something about the areas where you tried also to understand the way such communities, for example, urges this kind of mobility services. Bernard? No, maybe Bernard is not.
Might have.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I didn't get the question because I had a network issue here locally. Deutsche Telekom has some network issues today. Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, very quickly. I was asking you about the van pooling option that you had to B2Ride because of the Startup Lab, and I would like to know also which are the key elements that you tried also to figure out when you talk with the local communities, and tried also to understand how this service can be implemented in a carpooling platform like yours, and if you can say something about the areas where you tried also to analyze the needs of the users.
Yeah. Okay. So number one, about the van pooling. So what we do there is that if we have customers, like it's so normally big customers with many thousand employees, it's almost like production. It can be hospitals with a big amount of employees. It can be organizations where many people with disabilities work. And all these people start at the same time they work. It's kind of a shift work. So there's hundreds of people need to go to the place. So what we agreed with the employees, what we can do there is that the employees provide a shuttle, a van with, let's say, 8-9 places. It's provided by the employer.
Okay.
One of the colleagues, one of the employees will be the driver because he has to do the way every day on anyway. And he's getting this car, this van, for his private use as well, but with the obligation to transport the other people to the office, to the workplace as well. So it's a very cheap way of providing van services or kind of taxi services from home to work. The second about the local authorities, local communities. So like in Würzburg, We have 5 partners, which is the city of Würzburg, the district authority of Würzburg, the government of Lower Franconia, it's the IHK, the Chamber of Commerce, and the public transport operator, WVV. And all of them agreed to kind of send out a tender for a carpooling solution, which we did win last year, end of 2019. And so we are already onboarding all of them. Then additionally, we will open up this to the wider community, to additional companies, like to the hospital, to the university, to the organization with the many, many disabled people. And so it will be a kind of a full regional carpooling solution for all employers. And then in the next step, the city of Würzburg is operating a MaaS solution, and we will integrate our ride-sharing carpooling offers or rides into the MaaS solution. So it can be per user, you can see all the car sharing options, the bike sharing options, the ride sharing options, the public transport rides, all in one solution, and we will be integrated into this one. And the third question was?
Third question was not, I was just 2 questions. But I'm curious also about one element that I think you work at a lot, is the integration of disabled people,
yes,
giving them the option also to have the possibility to have a van that's equipped or also a car for another rider to pick them up. Which are also in this case, the type of needs that you analyzed with them, trying to understand also if they feel comfortable in using such solution.
Yes, so we have been talking to many organizations where disabled people are working in the Würzburg area, as well as here in the regional area where I live and where Barbara lives. The main result was that the really severely disabled people, which are transported by shuttle solutions today offered by Rotes Kreuz, by the Johanniter, these are very expensive rides, and they are paid by the authorities. And there's always tenders about this, so that's a new market we could get into in the future. Right now, there's of course in any company, in Germany, there's 5% disabled people, in Austria it's about 4% disabled people, which have to be jobs offered to. Otherwise, companies have to pay for it. So in every company today, you can find, because of social responsibility of the companies, you will find disabled people. And sometimes they are just kind of, they're in wheelchairs, of course. They can easily join a ride as a passenger, but you need to have the right car, of course, and you need to have helpful people to support them to get into the car and do all this packing of the stuff and so on. So we defined matching circles for disabled people. So you can kind of register in this matching circle, and then people who are willing to help these people, they can join if they want to ride just with colleagues, with everybody of the open solution, or if they even want to help the people, the disabled people, and be matched with them in that solution. So it's very flexible. Like also we can match women only with women. So all kind of vulnerable people will get additional services and benefits out of the solution. And as we focus on the rural areas, so the people are living in the rural areas, but they are working in the city areas, and we will get much more kind of transport opportunities in the rural areas, and which can also be used for leisure, for recreational activities. So if somebody wants, I've been talking to football clubs, which are specifically for disabled people, and they have the big issue to bring the disabled people from home even to the football place, or for games on the weekend. And that's where we can kind of connect all of them with our solution. If we start kind of from the employers, from the authorities to additional companies, hospital, universities, and then within a region, at the end, everybody can use it for all kinds of transport.
Thank you, Bernard. I don't know, Joao, if you have something more to...
Yes, my main question was actually already partly related with what you were saying, but first of all, thank you for the great presentation, and thank you to Andrea for the introduction. Bernard, my question was, there are several, you have competition in the carpooling sector, in particular to workplaces. what you came to do in HiReach was to focus much more on a niche, which is the niche of people, disabled people who have very specific needs. Now, my question is, how did this might have influenced your thoughts about how B2Ride could approach the market, maybe exploiting this niche in particular, because you know, startups should first conquer their own niche and then grow. And how do you see the role of disabled?
Yeah. No, thank you very much for the question. A very good question. So we just offered yesterday to a big tender in Austria from an authority again. And as a kind of a specific feature, so focusing as well on disabled people, we can also provide kind of this inclusion of all the people, so of all kind of vulnerable people. So for women, just riding with women, for disabled people, which is what I said, now like 4% also in Austria, post jobs need to be offered to disabled people. And kind of we could offer, because we had the focus based on HiReach. So on that point, thank you very, very much to the HiReach program, all the trainers and the coaches. It was a fantastic experience to us. As only now we have this kind of overall focus, not just on the let's say standard employees and employers, but also like we are within a standard company, we can focus on the services for vulnerable people, which we can offer now. We can offer specific services to organizations employing disabled people, which I said, we are talking to a company with 2,300 employees, 1,400 are disabled. So we have specific solutions for these. Talking, Andrea, about Corona, we can talk to hospitals where we can create matching circles for employees kind of dealing with patients having Corona or without having, so they need to be separated for safety reasons. And so we can provide very safe transport offers to our customers for vulnerable people, disabled people, employees, and so on. So for us, it's a very great experience and a very great opportunity to distinguish with others who just offer, let's say, carpooling with the additional focus and services we now can offer to our customers.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. Fantastic presentation. And let me now introduce you our second speaker of the day. His name is Juan Arevalo Torres. He's the CEO of Charlify, and Charlify is a safe riding service for the new generation of parents that want to reconcile work and family life. So, Juan, are you there? I think you have to unmute yourself and maybe have your video as well, and then we'll just move on with your presentation. Good morning, Juan. How are you?
Good morning. How are things? Very good.
Great. Okay, so let's see what you have to show us today.
Good morning, everyone. Do you remember these two entrepreneurs? They went to Vienna with this crazy idea about transportation for kids. So what happened after 3 months? Well, actually many things happened. And COVID-19 arrived, and that basically sent everybody home, including our kids. So now the families are facing new problems. So they used to have problems with time, with trust, and now there's a new issue, a new challenge with the school transportation due to the lack of services and fear of contagion. But this didn't stop us at all. So when we came back from Vienna, we started prototyping. So we discussed with families, we discussed with our mentors, and we produced several versions, several mock-ups in order to find a solution for these problems. And of course, during this time, we didn't forget about the families. So we create a very interesting and engaging content to keep, for families to keep their children active, such as, for instance, this activity Camina al Cole con Charlify to simulate the way to the school, another type of applications or tools for families to use during this during the crisis. And on top of this, we also developed our first very first functional MVP. So during this time, we also lost our CTO. And we managed to hire a new one. We managed to hire Andre. So Andre did a great job. Within a record time, we had our MVP launched already on a web-based application for connecting families based on their clubs, academias, or centers where they bring their kids to. And that basically generates more trust, because we realize that families trust way more other families rather than external people. And it's also a great opportunity for clubs and centers to capture families and to talk about child file to those. Of course, we validated all these during this time. As well, we scheduled one-to-one interviews, online ones this time, providing access to the platform. And we did this exercise with more than 25 families, with around 15 schools and clubs, thanks to our hosting institution, Lanoria. So during this time, we figured out our buyer persona, but this time it was for real. So now we have Susana, in which she has a family in which both parents are working, and they have very little support from their family. And she actually said, I will be your first client. We are always struggling to bring our kids to all their activities. And then on the other hand, we have also Antonio. Antonio is a separated father, like 70% of the families with kids in Spain. And he lives quite far from his ex-wife. So he's always traveling with his kids. And he's also facing a schedule incompatibilities. So now I'm going to show you the solution that we developed for the families. It is a mobile app. And we did this thanks to our new incorporation as well in the team, Christian. He is an expert in UX, UI design. So with him, we figured out the best way to really engage with families based on the clubs or the academias, as you can see in the screen, by having also different pickup locations for our kids. You can check the profile of the family offering the service. And of course, you can offer and request these trips, and these trips can be easily filtered based on those kind of predefined destinations, which are the clubs and centers. So it really works in both directions. Families can easily download and use the app, but then we have also the clubs inviting families to be part of this child-fi community. So this is when the magic happens. So when there is an existing trip, so they can easily follow, families can easily follow their kids on the way. And of course, there is a kind of a chat functionality for families to arrange all the details and to sign the authorization form required for the trip. The list of kind of favorite clubs for the families. And you can even have more than one addresses, as you can see in the screen in here. So talking about the market size, we have 6.6 million children between 4 and 16 years old in Spain, and we are targeting 4,000 for the first year. In our business model, we have kind of B2C, like families paying a fee suggested by the app based on the distance, and we take a 15% commission, including an insurance. And then we have on the other side, we have B2B. So we have schools and clubs that they pay a monthly subscription fee based on the number of users. So Childfile is not alone in this arena. So we have quite a few startups based in US that they are focusing more on a kind of a taxi for kids. Then we have kind of babysitter platforms that they are also operated here in Spain. And somewhere in the middle, we have this Go Kids solution, which is a carpooling solution for families. But the added value or the value proposition of Childfile is this connection, this network of families based on their schools, based on their clubs or centers where kids go to. And this is kind of the predefined destinations for families. So this is the progress that we made so far during these 3 months. So in April, we launched our MVP, and during May, we validated with families and clubs. And right now, we are working on the graphical design of our mobile app, as I showed you before. The first trial will be done in July. We have an enormous opportunity, a great opportunity right now in front of us, because very few schools will be open actually for the summer reinforcement program. So there will be kids traveling from other schools to the ones that are opening and running this program right now. So we have an agreement already with 5 schools in Marbella that would like to try our solution. So what you can see also on the screen is the KPIs that we will take into account when developing this kind of first trial. But then the magic of the real pilot will take place in September, okay, when the school season will start. And we are planning to run the pilot not only here in Malaga, but also in Seville, where we have very good connections with families and schools. And last but not least, we are also planning to give it a try in rural areas. We are focusing on urban areas, but our hosting institution is very kind to try it out. So this solution to target the issue of rural depopulation in rural areas, and tried our solution in more than 30 schools. So here are the next steps. We are planning to launch, physical product launch will be in September. And then we also plan to jump into the Portuguese market by the end of this year. Of course, none of this will be possible without a great team. And as you can see in the screen, the team has grown very rapidly during the last 3 months. And I would like to highlight the commitment from our hosted institution, La Noria. They have been very supportive throughout the process, and they help us to build more trust on our service, making this connection with families and schools. And of course, our advisors from the HiReach program and others. So all this hard work is going to make their dreams come true, thanks to Child5. So we are really looking forward to move to the next phase. Thank you to HiReach.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I will now stop the share and just ask Juan to get his mic and video, and also Vasco Reis, if he can turn on his mic and video, and welcome Vasco as well. So Juan, the jury has some burning questions to you. I will again let Cosimo be the first one to open the floor. Cosimo.
Yes. Well, my first question is about the market potential, and is about the reactions that you had from schools, from educational centers, from other sports centers, in relation to the possibility to have a B2B option for opening up also the benefits for their subscribers, for their community. So other than the aspects of B2C, so exactly the aspect of the families, what I'm curious and I would like to know is also your evaluation about the business potential of exactly this B2B. That is more or less something that I think is more promising maybe, or it's something that if you had the impression that also gave an option to expand the market also for your clients. So how was your evaluation in this sense?
Okay, thanks very much, Cosimo, for your question. Yeah, I mean, as I said, we had quite a few interviews with the schools, and actually it's a great moment for us, this moment, because of the COVID. Because schools are looking for solutions, because as I said during the presentation, School transportation is quite of an issue right now because many parents are not happy to take their kids in the public bus with 40, 50 kids in the same bus. So they were also very happy to hear our kind of new approach, a new solution for families. So schools were quite open to discuss with us the solution and to try it during this time. So that's why also I said that during July is kind of an important kind of test for us, because many kids will be traveling from different schools, and actually schools are paying for these services, for transportation services for kids. So this is really a real alternative for this type of solution. So they were quite happy to see that we are often, especially during this time, we are offering something different. And actually, quite a few parents are also struggling because, of course, the bus, they have a route, and sometimes it's not that straightforward. And also the idea will be to kind of, with our application, to optimize the time for families, meaning that they will know when they have to leave their apartment or their house to pick up the other kid. And the other way, the other family will actually know when the family is arriving, to their apartment, their place. So it's actually quite, they were quite interesting to see and to try our solution. So I think that there is a great opportunity in front of us right now, also thanks to COVID. And if I can add also in terms of not the schools, but the private sector, so clubs, academias, and so on, we had quite a few interesting discussions with them. And actually what they were very much interested to see or to be able kind of to promote activities through our platform, through Child5. So they see a huge potential in this, also to kind of organize events thanks to Child5, and organize events with the parents and promote activities like kind of private activities that they run in their centers. So there was quite a lot of interest in our solution for the private sector as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have to move on. We will have time for more questions in the next startup presentation. Well, thank you so much for the presentation and good luck. Looking forward.
Thank you.
Now, let me call on stage Renée. Renée Perkins, she's the CEO of CityMass. Good morning, Renée. Are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How
are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Welcome to our virtual stage. I see that you are in the very same stage that I am and that Juan is. That's the magic of Zoom.
Right.
So let's hear what you have to show us today with the MAS platform for reduced mobility people. Good luck.
Thank you. Good morning, this is Renée from CityMass. Today I'd like to talk to you about our HiReach project, how CityMass can help bus company like Valpy to tackle transport poverty. So what is the problem? There are 32 billion passenger journeys a year in Europe. 56% of all public transportation are made by buses. All these billions of journeys impacted by one core problem, unreliable bus information in real time. At an individual level, that could mean miss the bus. That could mean miss the interview. That could mean unemployment. The lack of effective, inclusive community engagement is also a big problem. We know that 70% of disabled people and elderly require assistance to interact with digital interface. These two massive pain points lead to travel poverty. As a result, social isolations and increased unemployment. How real are these problems we're talking about here? According to research by Deloitte, there is a huge trend in smart mobility, which is user-centered mobility solutions. Public transportation become personal. UK Secretary of State for Transport also states, my smartphone is my preferred mode of transportation. A research from PwC highlight the fact there are 19% smart demand gaps in the market currently, and 66% users will prefer smart ticketing and payments. And the smart mobility market is looking to grow to double by 2023 to £149 billion a year. According to our interviewed, WellP's most visited page is actually schedule page, which is confirmed by the Facebook community discussions as well. All of this research and information really highlight the problem and the severity of the problem that we're currently facing. So how big is this problem, and what kind of market potentials does it represent for CityMass? If we just take a bottom-up approach, looking at HiReach project alone, 769,000 people live in this region. 100,000 of them actually use public transportation, 65,000 smartphone users. WellP actually have 23% of market share in this region. If you turn that into monetary terms, 12 million passenger journeys at an average price of €3, 5% ticketing fees and 25% of journeys worth €450,000 per annum. That's just with WellP alone. So if you extrapolate that into cross-border regions, that's worth €2 million. Portugal, 40 million. And in Europe, 1 billion market size across selected travel pool regions here. We believe to tackle these problems, an integrated and inclusive solution is a must. Our CityMass white label bus products using our algorithm to predict bus arrival, providing real-time tracking of locations, and allowing users to plan their journey ahead. We have community outreach channels providing two-way communications, allowing users to share their locations for safety and convenient reasons. We also have an inclusive digital interface that enables our app is accessible for all. What does our product look like? The team has been working extremely hard to produce a cross-platform applications, enabling iOS and Android users to access our app. We will highlight a few functionalities here, but more detail can be found in the video later on. Personalized research, journey planner, real-time bus locations, and of course, multilingual support. How do we commercialize our product? We're able to charge an upfront white label development fee, a monthly licensing and maintenance fees, including coding features, and a 5% commission charge on the tickets and bookings made on the platform. All this commercial model has been validated by the fact that WellP has signed a letter of intent based on those commercial models. And Surrey County Councils are actively discussing with us to use our product for their public bus service and on-demand services. Now, what we've been doing so far, we'll be able to deliver the project on time within budget with a happy customer. Since March, we're able to wireframe the whole features, get the clients agreed. We'll be able to produce a fully functional app from version 1 to version 2 with integrated coding proven concept. We produced 12,500 lines and going. And web app is also live, and above all, we'd be thankful to multiple mentors in this program that we've been discussing to pinpoint all of these developments, including UPB, Androids, and others. Since we joined HiReach, we have had 3 new hires growing the team and also includes a remote resources to supplement the team skills. We also have 2 letters of intent from our equity investors that will enable us to scale CityMass products and its operations. We have secured also $100,000 worth of computing resources, which enable us to lower down our development costs. What does our pilot plan look like? We will include 2 new features, 1, online ticketing and payment processes, 2 more functionalities with coding implemented by Ada, which is AI voice assistant enabling users to use voice to do their personal search and journey planning. We will have WellP dashboard to enable them to plan an efficient operation because we'll know how busy, when and where the buses are in real time, enabling them to scale up or scale down their operations to improve efficiency and profit margins. In September, we will launch WellP Bus app with the jointly agreed marketing plan with WellP. What does our competition look like? There are a number of white labeling software companies out there, like Urban Things, White Label Fox, Scaregold, MyBus, Allrights. But we believe CityMass white label products much superior in 2 levels, personalizations and inclusiveness. Our coding enabled inclusive access to our products, not only just the bus app, but also across any digital interface in the transportations arena. We have personalizations based on our own algorithms on their search, their POI interests, and we are low cost because we're based on open source and flexible using microservice modules, enabling us to scale up or scale down certain features based on our customers' needs. What does our pilot team look like? Myself, Andy, you all know. Shafia is an award-winning software developer. She's our React Native developer on this project. Because our lead data scientist has built a very solid relationship with the CTO of our host company. From Valpy's side, we have Hui, which is the owner and CTO of Valpy Bus. We have Jose, which is commercial directors for Valpy Bus. We believe cooperation together, we can have a successful rollout in September. Since we joined HiReach program in February, we have been an international trade mission featured by Madness as top 15 startups. Number of speaking opportunities in National Rail and Amazons to highlight the fact that we are tackling transport poverty with HiReach. Our hackathon efforts, how combating COVID-19, has also been featured. We've been selected by the prestigious UK Digital Catapult program. Shape Up Impact Capital also features CityMass. So we're very grateful for HiReach program for the visibilities and the brand awareness that we get from the program. Our customer is extremely happy so far with our progress, and this is his testimonial. He has said that CityMass has been incredibly professional, enjoyable to work with, and most importantly, have produced a fantastic white-labeled bus app. He's looking forward to grow their customers with CityMass. Now I'd like to play our product video.
Valpy Bus by CityMass. When users first download the app, they set up a profile, which contains their language preferences, their disability, so that we can personalize, and allows them to amend any recents and favorites they have from using the app. From the map, you can search by bus route number, your favorite shop, or directly using the bus stop name. Also natively share your location with a carer or loved one from directly within the app. For the pilot rollout in the top left, you'll see direct in-app billing and ticketing. I can also see my current location here. By selecting one of the nearby bus stops, I can see all of the routes to go through that stop and see in real time exactly where the bus is and all the stops on that route. I can also search for a Valpy bus route to get me to that destination, either from where I currently am or from the location where I'll be traveling from. Or Ada, our AI travel assistant, can help you to get to where you need to go. If I need to travel tomorrow, I can tell the app and it will know exactly when I need to leave to reach my destination on time, and show me all of the stops on the journey. Community outreach is key. Now Valpy can reach out to the community and the users can share the information. But most important, we make sure everybody can use this app. Our code detect uses AI to detect that this person keeps missing this button, so we adjust the size and they have a successful interaction.
So thank you so much for your presentation. Really amazing, voice. Is this your husband's voice, René?
Yes, indeed. That's actually one of, our co-founder of CityMass is also part of the project. So
great, amazing. So I will now open the floor for questions of the juries, and this time I will ask Vasco to do the first question.
Hi, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for your pitch, René. It was really, really nice to see your evolution and to see how well you have been doing with Valpy. I'm really happy for you. My question is relatively simple. I want that you look forward into the future, and I would like to ask you where you see yourself and CityMass in 1 and then in 3 years' time.
I think CityMass has got huge potential, not only just a white label bus app, because our vision is to achieve that inclusive transportation travel for all. So coding is one of the key competitive advantage and features across all our products. So we already have a web app live in the UK, providing multimodal routing for people with disabilities, with different type of impairments as well. So for a short term, in 1 year's time, we will be expanding our products to Europe. In 3 years' time, we're looking to actually expand internationally for region-wise. So if we can just focus back to HiReach project, where we're creating this white label bus platform, we can actually extend that platform to be a mass platform by firstly including taxis, first mile and last mile, because people don't just go to the bus stop to take bus, they go from A to B, the starting point and destination. So we could very easily integrate local taxis in the Baopi bus network to enable customers, individuals to travel from A to B, which is another extension of our product plans and business plan.
Okay, thank you. Very good and ambitious plans. Let me ask you another question. As you know, in HiReach project, we have a strong focus on the social dimension, particularly on transport poverty. And since you are developing an application, web app, and we know that some vulnerable segments of our population, they have some digital limitations. Can you please explain to us which kind of features do your app has in order to allow and promote the participation of those vulnerable segments?
Yeah, so I will highlight two big ones. One is really the what we talked about and also demonstrates in the videos as well. Cody features is actually using machine learning to predict human intent. For example, if somebody actually have upper body tremor and he or she keep missing a button, he can't interact with that digital solutions, whether it's a bus app or mobility as a service app or a taxi app. When you can't interact properly with a digital interface, that means you can't use that product and you'll be stuck. So Cody predict the human intent. Even if that person missed the button with the upper body tremor, it will still go to that button. So this is a level of personalizations and inclusiveness that CityMass made it as a sole mission for us to achieve. That's one thing. The other things, if we just coming back to HiReach again, is providing that kind of real-time location sharing functionalities as well, enabling the elderly as well as the youngsters to keep in touch with their parents and carers even sometimes to enable them to be able to, for safety reasons.
Okay. So thank you so much, Renee. It was awesome. Thank you for your presentation. I will now move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Hugo Furtado. He's Portuguese, but is actually in Vienna. He's a CEO of Dreamwaves, an augmented reality service for blind people. And René, good morning. Hugo, good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm great, thanks.
Great. So Hugo, I will now ask you to hit us with your presentation. Let's see what you have to show us.
So good morning, my name is Hugo. I'm the CEO of Dreamwaves, and we want to help blind people see the world through their ears. In the old days, we used to ask someone for directions. Nowadays, we all have smartphones. So for instance, if you're out and you're looking for that restaurant which your friend recommended, you simply pull out your phone, type in the name, and you're smoothly guided to it. But not so smoothly, right? Normally, you look at the map and then look at the street, you think, oh, this is the way to go. But then you start and you think, I'm not so sure about that street. So you look better, you look again at the street and again at the map, and then you realize, oh, the map was upside down. Actually, I have to start towards this direction. But you eventually get there. It's not such a big problem. Not without some corrections like this along the way, but not such a big problem. But if you're from a vulnerable group or in a specific situation, that can be harder. For elderly people, for instance, who are already insecure of getting lost in complex locations, these corrections can be quite hard. For bikers who shouldn't or can't or shouldn't look at the screen while they're riding, They have to memorize parts of the route, write that part, look again at the stop, look at the map, and then keep going, and so on. For blind people, they have to rely entirely on turn-by-turn instructions, and these can be imprecise. In any case, whether it's just an annoyance, like when you're trying to find that restaurant, a safety issue when you're on the bike, or just a very difficult navigation situation, like for the blind person, we want to make it easy for everyone. So we created an app which guides you towards where you have to go in a very, very easy way. We use augmented reality, and with our app, you simply have to press start, and then you immediately will hear the direction that you need to follow. So how does it work? Our app calculates a route like a normal app, and then with augmented reality, we place virtual waypoints along the way. And you can hear these waypoints. So like here, you would now hear the direction to the first waypoint, you can simply walk there. When you get there, now the sound will come from the second waypoint, so you easily know the direction you have to walk to, and so on. Then you're easily guided to your destination. Why audio augmented reality now? Every app needs a platform, and the platform for audio augmented reality is already there. On the one hand, we have better and better smartphones which are AR capable, and all the new models are able to do that. On the other hand, we have smart earphones, so earphones with sensors embedded, which can track your head orientation, so they are the best platform for audio augmented reality. In the HiReach, we set out to develop an extension to our existing prototype, which was pedestrian only, and we said we wanted to include multimodal routing, that is public transportation also. Also, we wanted to include the on and outboarding assistant on the public transports, and that was use machine learning to automatically detect the door and help people find the direction of that door so they can easily enter and get out. So in the HiReach, the progress since the beginning is that we implemented the transit. I will show you later on. We also started the proof of concept of the machine learning. We were able to do some usability testing and improve our interface. And we also have a new team member, and we started considering mobility in the countryside. Other than that, in different areas like the elderly or improvements in localization, our startup also did quite some progress in other fields in the meantime. How does the new interface look like? So here you have on the left, when you type in your location, you get a pedestrian route, and you get also an alternative with public transport. You can look at the detail, you can plan in the future, and this is how the map looks like. And I will now show you a demo. So you simply type in the destination, and then you'll get the options. And when you choose the option, you'll start hearing the sound.
Head towards Mark Circus.
You don't see it, but you can see it. And now you'll even see the sphere on the street, and you hear the direction. So if you have headphones now, you can hear the direction and when you go into it. So now we are walking the first stretch, so going towards the tram stop. The next scene we're already going to be in the tram. You see you advancing. This is the map view, and when you get close to your stop, you will get a warning to get out.
Get off at the stop La
the next stretch in the normal pedestrian way. In what regards the on and offboarding assistance, we collected about 500 images of public transports in Vienna and annotated all of those. And with those, we were able to show that we can already automatically annotate the doors. The accuracy is not yet as it should be, but now we understand exactly which types of images we need, and we can just scale up the solution. In terms of usability, and during the Corona crisis, it was very challenging to do something, but we were able to find a tool to do remote usability studies where people could install, a blind person could install our app, share the screen with us, and then we had a feedback session where we could find a lot of issues with our user interface, and we corrected all of those. For the next step on the rollout phase, we want to, on the one hand, continue and now really roll out more more sessions of a user-centered design. So we'll continuously acquire new users with the help of our host here in Vienna, and we'll have those people using the system continuously. And then we do periodical workshops to evaluate the impact that the prototype has on their lives. On the other hand, in terms of machine learning, we simply now have to scale the solution. So we're going to massively collect images and find a strategy to do more annotations. We'll use Amazon Mechanical Turks, which is the typical way of scaling up machine learning like this. Going now into the market side of things, as I said, the platform for AR, for audio augmented AR, is booming. So when you look at the numbers, the number of phones right now is already about 2 billion phones are AR enabled, and by 2022 there will be also around 2 billion hearables sold. So by this year, 2 billion people will have the platform necessary to run our app. In terms of our first market, blind and visually impaired, in the world there are about 250 million. In Europe, where we're focusing right now, there are 20 million. And we're going to use sorry, I forgot to take myself out so you can see the slides. So, and we're going to use a freemium model, a subscription plan with a freemium model. And if you take typical parameters in consideration, there are about 40 million euros per year revenue as potential market in Europe. The competition, there are quite a few competitors. Most of them don't use anything else than GPS, so they are not too precise in localization. Microsoft is the only one which is intuitive enough, like ours, to use spatial audio to give you directions. And Era is a special case, so they use a video chat with an operator guiding you. So they are relatively accurate, let's say, and they're also quite intuitive in the way how they convey instructions. The revenue for the competition shows that blind people do spend money on assistive solutions that improves their life. So this is good news for us too. We have a team which is very motivated and very experienced. Each of us has 10 to 15 years of experience in our field. So I come from the research, and I've been managing a research group for my last 9 years as postdoc. And we combine expertise both in design and in app development, usability, and machine learning. So in the next step for the HiReach, we are going to focus, and I said, from June now on the user-centered design, continuously acquiring users and doing the regular workshops and collecting the machine learning, collecting images for the machine learning and scaling up the automated solution. So thank you very much, and I'm up for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Hugo. So I will now open the floor for the jury to do the first questions. Maybe Cosimo, do you want to do the first question? I think you just have to unmute first.
Sorry, I opened up the video, but not the microphone. So Hugo, just let me ask you, it's maybe a good thing if you can give us some feedback about what you learned from the focus group, from the people that you were in contact in order to test also your solution, and also how you plan to incorporate this learning, this achievement, what you learned into the technology. Exactly these aspects, I think, it's fundamental for us to understand.
Thank you for the question. So the biggest learnings from the focus groups, so one of the biggest things was that people use multiple apps normally. So we did this behavioral observations we already had done in the past, and people use a combination of apps that do routing with turn-by-turn instructions, and also go to, for instance, Blind Square, this app which tells you what's around you and so on. And that was one of the big learnings, that people use a multitude of apps. And this is one of the reasons why, also public transport routes, for instance, a separate one sometimes. And this is one of the reasons why we try to aggregate these features, which are relatively simple in our app, in an holistic solution. So that was a very important point for us. That's something that we did. We have the around you feature. We now have the public transports, and we on the other hand have this intuitive direction hearing. We could also turn on the turn-by-turn instructions, but we have that. And we try to integrate all of that in one app so that people don't have to change around. Yeah.
Okay. Vasco, any questions on your side?
Yes, just a brief question. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. Once again, it is it was very interesting. My question is about the marketability and the marketing strategy. How do you expect? So the market that you are targeting is quite specific, right? You talk about 40 million blind people in Europe, scattered across Europe. What is your marketing strategy to reach them?
Well, one big channel are the associations, and this is some work we have been doing in the last year. So we have this very good contact with our host here, which is an association, but we also have good contacts now developed in Spain with ONCE, the blind association from Spain, also Netherlands and Italy. That's one work that we try to get in contact with the major associations in each country and start having that as a basis. So these people, what they want to do is find apps or technology that can help their members. So it's a perfect combination. On the other hand, I mean, we can also use blind people, contrary to what a lot of people believe. Blind people use technology a lot now with smartphones especially, and you can use also traditional marketing channels like Facebook and things like this. So this is
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hugo. Really, it was great. I'm now going to call on stage Andrea Torrijos. Hi, Andrea. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you all. Some of you.
Great.
Very happy to be here and a bit sad too because we're moving on, but.
Well, yeah, we were supposed to do this as an in-person event and we had to do a virtual event. Very well. So we are going to ask you to do your own presentation now. Andrea Garcia Torrijos, she's the co-founder and business developer at Hoop. Hoop is a flexible carpooling platform and community with shared values for everyday rides. So Andrea, ready when you are, and good luck.
Hello again, everybody. We hope you and your families are doing fine during this tough situation. Just refreshing. We are Hoop, a carpooling solution for daily commuting that increases car occupancy rate, making individual mobility more sustainable. So far, we have been focused on capital cities like Madrid, mainly collaborating with big corporates and universities, which gave us a 5,000 active users community already. As we wanted to give our company a higher social value, we entered HiReach, intending to gain access to other more vulnerable sectors in society. And that is how we gave birth to Hoop Carpool for hospitals and rural areas. Thanks to all of you, we started conversations with 2 different hospitals, having the one in El Escorial signing the agreement first. To our surprise, they fell in love with carpooling as an alternative to their patients and employees who don't have good access to public transport or is not comfortable enough for them. No sustainable mobility solutions are available, and other options like taxis are quite expensive for this type of citizens. Also, we launched a survey in the hospital to confirm people's interest. And guess what? 95% of the people that drive to hospital will share their rides. And actually, 86% of the people we asked think carpooling will make patients' life easier. Also, it's important to mention that the biggest carpooling company in the world has already attended this segment as well. So, we got down to work. And while we were having several meetings with the hospital manager and his team, COVID came to our lives. And right, you will be thinking, wait a minute, how is COVID situation affecting this project, the hospital, and mobility sector in general? And as you know, the whole world stopped. So mobility sector completely reduced its activity. But what about the future? We kept working harder than ever, following closely mobility news, and suddenly we received a call from the hospital. Guess what? They were also aware of lots of studies talking about the expectation of a huge increase of private vehicle use, of course mainly to avoid public transport agglomeration. Reason why the hospital literally told us, we have a carpooling emergency. They needed to start scheduling all the appointments delayed because of COVID. So they needed more than ever a safe mobility solution to offer to their patients regarding the two new priorities for people, risk and cost. This put carpooling together with unipersonal mobility solutions as one of the preferred alternatives by citizens right now. Then, we stipulated the safer way to share rides by limiting 2 people per car, sitting in diagonal, wearing masks compulsory, and offering drivers a disinfection kit. So they started thinking, could the project get bigger? We could actually include every municipality around the hospital. So that is our pilot project now. 4 different municipalities plus the hospital of El Escorial. And where in this process are we right now? We are waiting to have the meeting that the hospital is setting up with every city major in order to prepare a huge launch together. As you see, the project has grown a lot, so we need you more than ever to have enough resources to meet the pilot needs. In terms of technology, of course, but mainly for marketing and communication, since public institutions in Spain are not allowed to pay for private initiatives. So, how did we adapt our mobile app for this project, and more specifically for COVID situation? Our CTO is about to explain that to you. Please, Carlos, proceed.
Regarding the product part, this is the new app version that we have been developing in the last months. We have analyzed the UX of the current version, studied the best international competitors, and interviewed users weekly to build the best app for connecting hospitals and rural areas. First, the registration, as you can see, is very fast and does not require a password. Now, we also send a questionnaire by email evaluating your risk regarding COVID. Second, you can also enter extra information about your vehicle, like the model, if there is a space for a wheelchair or a baby chair. Third, by entering your email, we verify that it belongs to the hospital, which generates confidence in the platform. Moreover, the hospital can provide exclusive parking spaces for hooked users, and we verify that the car has been shared with the registration plate. Now Sophie, a doctor at the hospital, can set up her weekly routine as a driver, establishing her origin, destination, time, the price, and allowing only one seat because of the COVID situation. In addition, our algorithm is now more intelligent, allowing to add stops in villages between the origin and the destination to pick up more passengers. On the other hand, Sarah, a patient, can also set up her schedules for those days when she goes to the hospital as a passenger and choose their drivers in the list that you can see here. Now, you can apply filters by gender, car accessibility, or whether you are a smoker or not, and then book your seat. And that's it. So let's move on. Andrea, how do we earn money?
Just refreshing, passengers pay drivers to share ride costs through the app, and Hoop just charges a 10% commission. So what do we expect from this pilot project? Around 600 hospital employees, 1,000 patients daily, and up to 180,000 citizens living in small municipalities of under 10,000 people each, and 60 kilometers away from the largest city. We strongly believe that we will be able to reduce 100 cars daily and save up to 80 tons of CO2 every year. In an imaginary world of scaling this segment in Spain with a total potential of 700 hospitals and Europe with more than 3,000 hospitals and around 163 million people living in rural areas, if we're supposed to achieve only 5% of it, Hoop Carpool for hospitals and rural areas could be a solution for 8.5 million people and could avoid millions of tons of CO2 to the atmosphere annually. And you may be thinking, oh, that sounds good, but why Hoop rather than any other carpooling solution or mobility alternative? Well, Hoop is cheaper and more sustainable than a taxi, more convenient than public transport, more reliable than other apps of carpooling in Spain, as we are leaders in Madrid. And the most important fact, more accessible than any other solutions, since you can filter your search by wheelchair accessibility, as you saw before in the demo, and safer, of course, than any other alternative of collective transport, since you only share a ride with one single person at a time. And who is behind this amazing project? Hoop's family. We are a team of 6 people developing technology, including 2 founders, 2 people, including myself, in commercial development, and 2 people, including Paloma, for marketing, being some of them volunteers that we hope to hire soon at some point. This team, together with our host hospital and you, is about to activate one of the most innovative projects that hospitals have supported so far in terms of mobility. And who is behind El Escorial Hospital? We'll leave you with some testimonials from the people that really need HiReach to help increase their well-being.
Buenos días, soy Javier Elviro, el gerente del Hospital Universitario El Escorial, un hospital que atiende a 12 municipios de la Sierra Noroeste de Madrid, aproximadamente 110.000 habitantes. El acceso al hospital desde estos municipios es difícil, especialmente en transporte público, tanto por la orografía como por la dispersión, y de hecho el vehículo más utilizado es el vehículo particular. Participamos en este proyecto porque creemos que va a mejorar mucho la accesibilidad de los pacientes, especialmente los más vulnerables. También va a reducir la contaminación, el riesgo de accidentes, la necesidad de aparcamiento y una cosa importante, va a acostumbrar a la población mayor a utilizar APPs, que es muy importante sobre todo para el seguimiento futuro de patologías crónicas a domicilio. Muchísimas gracias por confiar en nosotros para este proyecto y les esperamos cuando quieran en el Hospital Universitario El Escorial.
Hi. I'm a medical student, and my clinical rotations are often at different hospitals, poorly connected by public transportation. So I find Hoop Carpool a brilliant solution for sharing rides with my fellow students, colleagues, or even patients.
Como jefe del servicio de medicina interna del Hospital Universitario de Salamanca, considero que el carpooling es una alternativa muy eficiente para mejorar la movilidad de las personas hacia los hospitales. Espero que nuestro hospital se adhiera también a este interesante proyecto, al igual que muchos otros en toda España, para beneficio de sanitarios y pacientes en todo el país. Nos veremos compartiendo. Un saludo.
So, as a conclusion, we didn't just move forward with the hospital, but also with the 4 municipalities around it. This means we require more resources for marketing and communications than we did before. Patients and employees can't wait to incorporate carpooling into their routines to the hospitals. And as you heard from the head of internal medicine, other cities like Salamanca will also be willing to launch Hoop Carpool at their hospitals once it's already tested at El Escorial. We need you, HiReach. Forever, thank you.
See you in the road, and remember, sharing is caring.
Hi, I will go first. Hi, Andrea, and hi to Paloma in case she's in the audience. Thank you for the really inspirational presentation and for your efforts within the HiReach program. My question is related to the fact that in HiReach, you're trying to address a new customer, which is hospital patients. And this is a new challenge. In regular workplaces, if you want to bring customers, you go and talk to them where they work. In the case of patients, it's not so easy. So would you like to tell us how you plan to approach them?
For sure. We are working on a very intense communication strategy. It will start with doctors. In terms of patients, doctors will, well, they're actually organizing their appointment system after COVID, taking into account where the patients live so that they can have better matching for carpooling. So they will all be given appointments at the same time based on their municipality. And the doctor himself will be recommending the patient who needs to come to hospital on a regular basis to use this app. And we will also be there physically once, like maybe in less than a month, once we can also have physical presence. And we will be talking to elderly people, explaining also to doctors how to recommend this solution. So we're going to give them all the materials, and we're also going to be there physically for several weeks to explain to people. And we're also recording all kinds of tutorials to make sure that also elderly people can understand how to use an app. And it's very, very guided. So we're making sure that we cover all the communication possibilities. And we're also organizing a press launch to reach all the people living in these areas who maybe don't go to hospital in the following months, but maybe at the end of the year start going. So we hope to reach a lot of, most of the population, let's say.
Thanks, Andrea. Vasco or Cosimo, do you want to go next?
I can raise the question. So yes, it was very energetic, your presentation as usual. Thank you so much. It is also very good to see someone working on a specific field, particularly now in the pandemic times. My question to you is the following. As far as I could understand, your revenue model is based on the payment per use from the user, but since you have a lot of engagement and interest by the hospitals and by the municipalities, have you thought on different ways to monetize your platform? And so my question is about these different ways to monetize, and if you think about other possible opportunities.
For sure, Vasco, thank you for your question. Of course, we are right now, our focus is on growing and on gaining traction very fast, but we will start exploring new alternatives such as B2B fees soon, possibly with hospitals. Right now, with the situation, we also feel like we want to make it easy for their collaboration. We know they have spent a lot of their budget already, so we don't want to impose it now, but we will for sure explore it soon, as well as the fact that we have a lot of data such as monthly sustainability reports that we provide to companies and to all kinds of partners, and these have a value for their sustainability reports. So for sure we will explore it, and probably at the end of the year we will have several revenue streams.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Cosimo, do you want to do last question?
Last question? Yes, I'm curious. I would like to know if you have already in mind which other countries of Europe you would like us to try to figure out if you can make a trial or get in contact with some of the communities.
For sure, we are very interested because it is a similar market, and because many of the companies and partners we work with are already present in Italy and Portugal. So there are several cities there. Yes, it's not because the jury is Italian or Portuguese, it's just, I promise, a coincidence, but we believe that these countries have a lot of potential, and we are also open to any other European country, but I must say that we know there is a big transport problem both in Lisbon, in Porto, in Milan, in Rome, so we have kind of a focus there, and probably by the beginning of next year we will be exploring one of these cities.
Okay. Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So actually we have some coffee break time, and we also have some burning questions from our audience, and I will now ask maybe some of the elements of the jury that can help us clarify. So the first question is from Nathanael Tan from Singapore, and is asking, how do you define transport poverty? Is it through financial aspects, or does it include accessibility as well? So I think this is, of course, a very important question. We have been talking about transportation poverty for a while. So maybe Cosimo, do you want to give us a brief explanation? How do you define that transport poverty, please?
This is a very relevant question because we target transport poverty as a project. We worked a lot in the first part of the project exactly to understand the different types of vulnerabilities, and what we have done is to focus mostly on two types of layers. So we have a social layer, so people having certain physical characteristics like disabled people, or because of the age, because they are elderly people or kids. So they have special needs, they are peculiar needs. There's also another layer, which is the geographical one. You might live in a peripheral urban area or in a remote area, in an island, for example, in a rural area, which is the most common ways of referring to vulnerability in geographical perspective, on a geographical perspective. Of course, also dispersion. But just to go direct to the point, of course, there's a definition of transport poverty on our website. Every time you do not have a proper offer of a transport option because of your physical characteristics, because, for example, this is not available at a specific time, or give you an option that is not useful for you because it takes a lot to move you from A to B, so it's not an option. And if we link all of these elements and we recognize that there are people who really cannot move because of this transport poverty, that is exactly what we are trying to target. So there are different elements, as I said, which are also related to the fact that public transport might exist, but might be not available at specific times, or there might be also other aspects, like, for example, safety issues, the possibility you can't move because there are physical barriers. So every time also a single element is present, you are in a transport poverty condition. When we started to work at the HiReach problem, we tried to figure out a way to design inclusive mobility solutions. That means that if you design a carpooling platform or a public transport services, you need to focus on all of the needs, and maybe starting from the needs of vulnerable people, and try to design a service that fits certain physical, geographical characteristics. Of course, you can have your common clients, your common citizens who do not have any vulnerability. But if you design this for specific vulnerable user groups, you are enlarging the potential of it. You are combating the transport poverty, and we think this is beneficial for everyone.
Okay, thank you, Cosimo. Vasco, do you want to add anything to Cosimo's notes?
Well, no, I believe that the explanation was very detailed. Essentially, the transport poverty is a condition in which a person is in a transport poverty conditions when he or she cannot meet its own mobility needs. So as Cosimo said, there are a lot then of layers and dimensions in which a person can be in transport poverty. Can be from geographical perspective, from social perspective, even from its own physical and psychological conditions. So I fully agree with Cosimo.
Okay, very well. So let's move on. We have a little surprise for everyone.
HiReach program because we were very aligned with its goals. We want, as a company, to have a social impact. This is actually our reason to exist. So we really wanted to take on this opportunity of funding and support from the EU.
HiReach was particularly appealing for us as a European accelerator, primarily because it pairs us with host companies, host cities. This is a great program, a great European program that allows you to understand better the different European stakeholders and provides a clear path to define the product and launch it to the market.
Investors want to see that the team has the capabilities to build and scale the proposed business. It's very important for them, not only the revenue part, but also that really this will have an impact on people's lives.
So if you want to create a better product or service, please start from the user and go from there.
Design thinking is all about developing human-centered solutions.
The possibility to interact with other projects, other mobility solutions is in fact a plus for every project, and I recommend it, definitely.
It has been a great evolution for our team since we joined it from Monday to Friday, because we came with an idea and now we have we have tackled a problem and we have a business model.
Intense feedback sessions with the mentors, so they had a dedicated time slot of 20 minutes giving us feedback very intensely. Yeah, the expectations were definitely exceeded.
So eventually you need to know what's your aim, and it's really not a shame to have a social aim for your startup, because I believe it's a much better drive than a financial aim.
Okay, so let's just do a small 5-minute break and be back at 10:45 local time, that is 11:45 Central European time, to hear the next presentation by David Lamilou. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back to the second part of this morning. We just conducted a poll to understand here the taste of the audience, and that poll is still running. If you want to participate, you can participate. The first question is, which startup are you supporting? Mobito is now on the lead, so go Mobito. Where are you in the world? Where are you in the world? Where it seems that Europe is on the forefront with certain answers, 87%, but we also have some people in Asia. And how did you find out about this event? Most people were invited by the organizers, so that's good. It means that our emails and invitations were working correctly. So thank you for joining us again. I'm now going to call on stage the next speaker. Our next speaker is David. And hi, David. Are you there?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
We can. We can hear you. We can see you. All good. So thanks for joining us. Good morning. Let's see what you have to show us today. So Lamilu is a last mile delivery service of pharmaceutical products. They are operating in Germany already. And David Aid is the CEO and founder of Lamilu. So David, ready when you are. All good?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, let's do this.
We are Lamilu, last mile logistics for pharmacies. We are delivering drugs on demand.
Your legal drug dealer, on bikes, delivery partner of your trusted pharmacy.
This is Granny Anna. She wants to stay independent and autonomous and does not want to be a burden for her children. However, she struggles with her daily tasks as her mobility decreases. Like 40% of all people over 70, she has to go to the pharmacy at least 3 times per month. And due to her back pain, that's horrible. And because of COVID-19, leaving the flat is a high risk for elderly people. That's why an easy-to-use solution is needed. With our solution, she simply calls her well-known pharmacist, ordering the painkiller, and wait until a happy rider arrives at the door. To make that happen, we cooperate with local pharmacies and self-employed bike riders, efficiently managed by our system. With the web app, local pharmacies can easily place orders. In our backend, we are managing the incoming orders and are optimizing the routes. And with the mobile app, riders can easily see their workflows, and also we ensure safety requirements as we are tracking the location and document the signings. Only in Munich, we could help 200,000 people over 65 in getting their necessary medicine without the risk of being infected. The overall size of the addressable market are 85 million elderly people living in the European Union. And those numbers are constantly increasing because of demographic changes. To launch our MVP, we partnered with Sana Corp, one of the biggest pharmaceutical wholesalers in Germany, and launched our MVP in April. Together with 10 local pharmacies in Munich, we delivered over 700 deliveries, spread it through whole Munich with the value proposition, ordering until 5, getting it delivered between 6 and 8. We designed a marketing strategy to enable pharmacies to communicate the service to consumers, including digital and analog displays at the point of sale. One of the participating pharmacies even placed an ad in the local newspaper to promote the service. In the trial phase, we worked together with 5 passionate bike riders, delivering value to the house stores and made the patients smile. Our rider feedback showed that 43% of the people we served were over the age of 61. Those people are mobility impaired and on top of that, in the risk group of COVID-19. Overall, we could help 300 people in that vulnerable group of getting their necessary medicine. But not only the patients did benefit, also our host company and the pharmacies appreciated the service.
Hi guys, my name is Karina. I'm the project manager of the host company Sana Corp. Together with Lamilu, we could prove the same day delivery service for end consumers and pharmacies. And yeah, now we're looking forward to the next steps.
Our MVP trial was also recognized in the pharma-specific media with the headline meaning, "Pharmacy resists crisis with bike courier." In the feedback interviews with the pharmacies, we could quantify the delivered value. On average, they gave us a rating from 9 out of 10, which led to the result that we already could close 6 long-term contracts with pharmacies to establish the service. This also proves that our business model is valid, as we are charging a monthly fee per pharmacy from 100 to 150 euro, plus an additional price per delivery of 7.5 euro. But what makes us unique? We are the first team offering an end-to-end service for pharmacies, which enables them to focus on their business while they can effortless offer the service of same-day delivery to their customers. Our feedback interviews showed that this element of our service portfolio was for 8 of the 10 pharmacies the most relevant for them. Our aim for the next pilot phase with HiReach is to extend our service in Munich from 6 to 20 pharmacies, serving 1,000 people in our target group over 61. In other words, we want to triple the number we achieved so far until the final event in September.
But we don't only want to improve accessibility to medicine in Munich, we would like to expand to other European cities. You, HiReach, can accelerate our expansion with your resources and expertise. With our delivery service, pharmacies can stay competitive on the market after COVID crisis as well, since they are facing tremendous pressure from online pharmacies. They can offer affordable same-day delivery and stay relevant to end customer.
We make healthcare accessible for everyone with green and sustainable logistics, especially for those who need it the most.
Okay, we have a first question from João. David, sorry, I'm just going to ask you to start your video as well, if you don't mind.
Hi.
We can hear you, we just don't see you.
There we go.
Okay, great.
Great. Hi, David. Great presentation, and thank you for all the commitment in this program. My question is, could you explain why you decided to focus on such a specific niche? We're used to these delivery companies which deliver several types of things, but your focus has been on exclusively pharmaceutical products. Why is that?
Yeah, great question. First of all, I would highlight that the market is quite new. So in Germany, there's a regulation that since November last year, it's allowed to offer such a kind of service. And on the other hand, there's a huge potential. So the pharmaceutical market was well protected, I would say gilded, from innovation and transformation the last decades. And now also digital transformation is happening in the pharmaceutical industry and ecosystem. And there we see a great upside and a huge potential, especially in the launch of the e-prescription, which is in Germany, which will take place in Germany next year. So yeah, we see there is a huge upside, and we can deliver value to customers.
Great. Cosimo?
Yes, exactly these aspects of the e-prescriptions, as you told us, will become a reality in Germany next year. So it's a process, it's ongoing, but in other countries, these are already existing, I mean.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, I would like also to know what, if you have done any market evaluation about this potential, about the functioning of the different healthcare systems, the connection with the doctors, the e-prescription to go through the pharmacies instead of the patient to go to the doctor, etc., or the aspect of having this paper-based mostly. And particularly for this COVID situation, have you noticed something that could give you also more chance to enter other markets because countries are speeding up this process?
Yeah. So the question, what are the figures and what are the forecasts for the next years? To give you a feeling, only 1% of our X products are sold online until now, just 1%. If you compare it to online fashion, that's nothing. Institutes, research institutes are showing or are making the forecast that it will be 10 times bigger in the next three years. So that there is a huge upside, as I said. And what has been special in the COVID crisis? Well, we have seen that the pharmacies, they had a very high volume sold in March, but as we launched our pilot or MVP in April, there have been a decrease because all the stocks were loaded with drugs. So and the lockup was there, and they did not come to the pharmacy. And we have seen that we have to communicate the service, that there is a possibility that you can order online, that you can order via phone at the pharmacy, at your local pharmacy. So we have to trigger a behavioral change through communication. So that was one of the biggest learnings in terms of sales and marketing, that it's not done when we place posters and flyers in the pharmacy. We have to communicate the service to the people who are staying at home. Yeah.
Thank you, Eddie. Vasco, would you like to ask something?
Yes. Hello, David. I had the opportunity to engage with you along the way. My question is, you is about to expand the limits of your service, because, as you know, one of the dimensions of HiReach project is precisely in not urban areas. And so my question to you, do you see that it could be feasible in the way future, even if you don't use bikes, another way of transportation, to go outside the cities? Because we also have a lot of people that, elderly people, other people that sometimes want medicine. So do you see this as a possible market, or totally out of scope?
No, you're absolutely right. It's a huge potential. Just to give you a figure, we have in Germany 19,000 pharmacies, and just 10% of them are in cities. So there's a huge market left also in urban areas, and we will take that into consideration when we prove our product and we prove our value in the cities. First of all, we have to focus. And deliver data so that we can show the model is working. But then we are it's on our long-term roadmap to also expand with other transportation solutions. we could think about just offering the software, and we are working together with fleet operators in the rural areas who are then delivering the trucks. So there are different approaches we are currently discussing, but first of all focusing on the urban challenges, and then if we have proven the model and we have an upside, then we think we could also bring that into the rural areas and also into other European countries.
Perfect, thank you.
I can go for another one. Since your presentation was shorter, we have more time for questions and answers. And my question is, you had the experience of launching the product in the COVID-19 situation.
Yeah.
What is your biggest pain or pains that you felt in this process?
Well, we had long discussions with our host company how we could protect our riders and how we could make sure that they don't spread the virus from door to door. So we spent several hours to develop a concept. So in the end, we switched our model that if we deliver the parcel, normally the customer will sign on the app, digital sign, but we switched it then that the rider is signing because of the infection risk, and we also equipped our riders with masks and disinfection liquid so that it's safe. So the most challenging part was how to keep our riders safe and also to keep our customers safe. And on the other hand, as I already mentioned, we have seen a decrease of volume in the local pharmacies because of the lockdown. So we thought about guerrilla marketing strategies, distributing flyers. So we said to our riders, if you have spare time, take the flyers from the local pharmacies, put it in the mailbox in the households to communicate the service in a hands-on way. So that have been the two major challenges: security and communication.
Okay, thank you so much, David. It was a fantastic talk, fantastic presentation, and good luck to Lamilu. So I'm now going to call on our virtual stage George Cambanis from Mobito. He's one of the founders of Mobito, a mobility data platform. Good morning, George. How are you?
Hi, Andre. Very well. How are you?
I'm good. I bet that you are feeling happy with the fact that you had an edge on
yes.
the poll that we had this morning. Is that an effect of the number of Greek viewers in the audience, or you have lots
maybe it is. I'm happy with the fans' favorite until now.
Okay, fans' favorite. That's it. Okay, so George, ready when you are. We will basically hear your pitch. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi, this is George Cambanis, and it's my pleasure to connect today and present to you our company Mobito, the progress we have achieved with HiReach, and their vision to shape the mobility of tomorrow. Mobito enables businesses and cities to leverage data, make data-driven decisions, and improve their mobility offering through our cloud platform. The problem space in which we are positioned is that of the flow of mobility data. Looking at the mobility ecosystem, we see a mess of too many uncoordinated single solution providers and a situation in which it's becoming increasingly hard for different stakeholders to exchange information with one another. This way, benefits of using data are obstructed and cities struggle to understand their mobility needs and habits. We address this problem with a mobility data marketplace that facilitates the exchange of mobility data between businesses, and a mobility city terminal that allows cities to take control of their data and use it to improve their city's mobility services. We enable these through data exchange, management, and intelligence functionalities. HiReach gave us the opportunity to work closely with the municipality of Portugal and exemplify the benefits of leveraging real-time data to improve monitoring and decision-making. Specifically, we integrated data from local bus operators and developed a bus operator performance evaluation mechanism. This mechanism delivers to city officials dynamically generated KPIs that reflect the service level agreements between the city and the operator. As a next step, we integrate data from contextual sources such as traffic data to be used in the resolution of disputes between the city and the operator. We build on top of this use case by mapping information pertaining to mobility accessibility data and helping the city, to understand the coverage of their public transport to those vulnerable segments. Our interaction with our city host and the public operator helped us confirm some of our assumptions that underlie the focus of our product. Namely, we were able to single out 3 key learnings. It is difficult to exchange mobility data, and the methods of exchange are often manual and old-fashioned. Second, even when data does reach its final destination, it's often in a form that makes it very hard to process. And the third related point is the lack of the right infrastructure and skills to derive intelligence from such data and guide decision-making. These points reflect at large key industry struggles, which translate to a big market opportunity. Namely, businesses and cities are spending large amounts of money and growing amounts of money on data connectivity and on leveraging data to improve their mobility offering. We estimate that our market consists of 8,000 businesses and cities, which amount to close to 250 million euros of revenue per year. Next, I would like to walk you through our demo product and put skin to the value proposition we promise. Here we can see the city terminal and how it allows city officials to manage their mobility data and access related intelligence. Looking into the KPIs we have developed that allow the city of Valongo to track the performance of the operator, the bus operator, will exemplify this. Zooming into the services fulfillment index, we first see what type of data has been integrated to generate this index. And then we can see for every bus line, how it has scored in this index and what is the corresponding result, bonus or penalty, that is granted to the operator based on the service level agreements, the actual SLAs agreed upon between the city and the operator. As a next step, we're looking in developing KPIs, a KPI that tracks bus stop crowdedness and demonstrates from information coming from bus stops themselves, how many people are waiting on the bus stop and how many people with disabilities and on wheelchairs are at bus stops at any given time. We then map this information in a way that makes it even more comprehensive. And we can see here how we can include external data such as traffic data, but also map the KPI information on the map itself. So for example, we can look for every bus stop, how does this bus crowdedness KPI give us the following information. Lastly, knowing which buses serve the mobility disabled, we can see which are the areas of the city and rank them according to their mobility accessibility. And this largely concludes the intelligence part of our terminal as we develop it for the city of Valongo. And we can now see a couple of things on data management and data exchange. Looking into the data integrated in the city of Valongo, we see a division between city data and external data, other data sources. And if we were to open one of the city data themselves, we can see how easy it is for this information, such as the timetables of the buses, the agreed timetables, how easy it is for this information to add it to the data marketplace or share it privately with select partners, thus maximizing the value of this data for the local mobility ecosystem. The data marketplace is just a click away, and if the city decides, it can start monetizing on some of its own data. And this concludes our demo presentation, demonstrating what we have achieved so far and the next steps of the development with Valongo. Having looked into our demo, I'd like to cover our business model and see how it is that we make money. We monetize on both sides of the platform and charge on the supply side companies that want to place and monetize from their own data a freemium subscription fee. And on the demand side, we charge marketplace consumers a margin on top of the value of the transaction itself. And our city terminal users, the one we have been zooming into today, we charge a yearly subscription fee that is adjusted for the size of the city and the volume of data integrated in the solution. Up till now, on our HiReach journey, we started with a small hiccup as our first city host had to focus on providing relief for COVID-19 challenges. Since we have been able to source another project and achieve important progress in our development. Namely, we have thus far developed the mechanism, the algorithm supporting the 3 KPIs with simulated data. We are now integrating with the bus operator and developing, constantly improving on the UI and the visualization tools of the terminal. For the next landmark in September, we're planning to add the dispute resolution mechanism to map mobility accessibility data, as we looked into our demo, and include geofencing in the bus monitoring and associated alerts. And for this last part, we're planning to utilize HiReach developmental resources. We've also done some work in quantifying the financial and economic benefits of our solution for the municipality of Valongo that stands to benefit from 700,000 euros from sharing transportation data with a wider ecosystem, another 50,000 from better and more efficient public bus operations, and of course, to be able to claim and serve equal access to all in public transportation. We differ from our competition by developing the right tools to support our clients' data management and data intelligence needs, and the guiding principles of our product to do that are towards facilitating a low-touch integration, consumption, and distribution of mobility data and intelligence. And I hope that it's becoming clear that Mobito's competitive edge lies largely in the complementarity of our city terminal and data marketplace and the data network effects that this complementarity enables. We think we are the right people to deliver in this mission, having the right complementary skill sets, but also having developed deep industry expertise by a previous startup in the mobility space. And we also have the support of our mother organization that makes us able to tap onto invaluable human resources. HiReach has given us a strong footing, connecting us to important industry stakeholders, and we have built on this momentum and established important business and ecosystem partnerships. I invite you to join us in building the mobility of tomorrow and enabling cities and businesses to become key players in this development.
All right, thank you so much, George. It was really very thorough explanation of what Mobito is and what you guys are doing. I would now invite maybe Cosimo to do the first question to George.
Yes, George, I had a look at the analytics that you can provide a city, a department, a region for assessing also the level of accessibility of an area to public transport services, for example, for certain categories. I would like to know in particular, which are the data that you really need to know in order to make this integration possible? I mean, specifically for the vulnerable groups, can imagine, I don't know, the number of schools or the study, the length of the weight of the sidewalks or whatever. So, and how it is difficult in terms of data integration. So it's something that your solution can solve, or you think there's a huge barrier in collecting such data?
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Cosmo, for this question. Helps us to describe a little bit more the process of finding and integrating that data. So there, the value proposition for the cities is twofold. As you said, that they can collect the available city data that pertains to mobility accessibility and make that available to the broader mobility ecosystem. Now, how do we go for collecting this data? The data itself has to do with two main categories that we're looking at today. One is with the mobility operators. So as we saw in the demo, we are mapping, for example, for the bus operator that we are monitoring in the municipality of Alongo, we are seeing the buses themselves, which ones have the right infrastructure to support disabled people. So the one source of data has to do with looking at the mobility operators. The other has to do with the infrastructure of the city. As you said, that has to do with schools, or it could be other buildings, and mapping which of these buildings have the right, let's say, infrastructure again to support the entrance and exit of people with disabilities, and integrate that within the map itself. Now, how hard is it to get this data? Every city will have its own data sets. We have built a standardized ingestion mechanism. So what we're developing from our part, we're trying to make this as scalable and as repeatable of a process. In every new city, there might be new data sets that we see for the first time. But when we do that, our process is creating or adopting a standard for that data set, a schema that we're going to be using, and therefore use the same standard and schema. So, you know, it depends on what type of third-party providers we're integrating, and the level of complexity might differ. But, you know, that's one of the core competencies that we're building on the integration layer. And we're trying to do that with a technology that enables to make it as scalable and as repeatable of a process.
Okay, thank you so much, George. It's now time to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Let me invite on our stage Serhi Lara. Serhi is a business developer at NEMI, demand responsive transport for low density areas. And we are eager to see what you guys have prepared for us. So good luck.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Sergi Paniagua. I'm a business developer at NEMI, which is the startup I'm going to tell you about now. I'm going to start with a very bold sentence about us. NEMI makes public transport in low-density areas feasible by providing a software solution that enables flexible bus services. You might be thinking now, low-density areas, that's very specific. Why? Well, let me tell you how public transport looks like in low-density areas. I'll start by introducing Maria to you. She's a retired lady who lives in a village and enjoys going to town every day. The problem is she's only got one bus for going to town and back. The trip takes over an hour. The bus stop is too far from her home. And also she would like to visit her grandchildren more often, but she can't because there's no stop where they live. Now let's look at it from the perspective of the transport operator or the public authority responsible for the service. In such areas, there is low demand for mobility since we're talking about less populated areas. For this reason, these services have a limited budget, and at the same time, they have to cover big distances, which makes it very challenging to put stops closer to each other or more frequencies throughout the day. At NEMI, we have the technology to solve these issues. We take regular bus services in low-density areas that don't work for anyone, and we turn them into a smart service through the digital solutions that I'm going to present you now. This is the communication leaflet of one of the services we're operating. The map shows all the stops that are available for the user. And if you notice, there's no fixed itinerary. On the bottom left, you can see the schedules for the different frequencies. But there is no timetable for the stops, since the time can change depending on the requests. This is how our services look like in the back office platform. It's a management tool that we created for the operator, and it contains all the information of each service. In this section, you can see the stops and all the possible itineraries between them. And in this other section, you can see the frequencies for the day. Now let's look at the user app. Every person who wants to use the service must make a reservation through the app. I recorded the process on my phone so that I can show you how it works. we would select New Reservation. And once we see the map, we select an origin stop. In our case, it's the village, and the destination stop. We're going downtown. Continue. Now we would select the date of the trip, so we're going to leave it as it is, and the seats that we need to reserve. Then we would press on continue, and the system would now calculate the best option for us. It displays them here. We chose the one at 4:11 because it's the time that suits best our needs. And here we have the preview of the reservation. If we go back to the back office, we will now see the route that the vehicle must perform to serve such request. Compare that to the longest possible route, which would go through every village before returning to the city center. Our software always picks the shortest path that satisfies all the requests for the expedition, thus optimizing the service. Because we're skipping those areas with no demand, the vehicle can stay idle at the starting point for longer periods of time, which means that we have the possibility to increase the frequency of the service. In addition, since we're talking about services with low demand, we also have the possibility to deploy more stops and increase the coverage, because we know that not all the stops are going to be requested, so we can actually reach further. Maria could actually go visit her grandchildren and also have a stop closer to her home, and she would also benefit from shorter trips. For the transport operator or the public authority, all of this translates into very significant cost savings. If the public authority is licensing the operation of the service through a transport operator, less kilometers traveled are directly correlated with less cost because public administrations pay the operator for every kilometer traveled. It is the case of some of our services, and to give you an idea of how much it can be saved, we calculated that for 1 month of operation, our solution saved 900 euros to the public authority. If the transport operator is operating the service without subsidy, then less kilometers translate into fuel savings and also into a lower maintenance. But the positive impacts don't end here. Let me show you some more numbers of our services under operation. Up until now, I've explained the case of regular bus lines that have been replaced by flexible bus services. But we don't only do this. We have currently 9 services under operation in Catalonia, where we're based, and 6 of these 9 services were deployed where there wasn't any public transport offer before. This means that we gave 16,500 people access to public transport. And to give you some more numbers about the kilometer savings, we calculated that for one of the services in 2 months of operation, we managed to halve the amount of kilometers traveled as compared to the regular bus line. If we translate this into CO2 emissions, it means saving 442 tons of CO2. And this is only the beginning for us. In this map, we're showing you all the flexible bus services that we could potentially deploy during this year and the coming years, just through the clients that we're already working with. There's a huge potential globally for demand responsive transit, which is valued at $552 billion in 2030. And let me tell you that there are very big players in the market that saw the opportunity. For example, Daimler or Volkswagen. Such players followed the popularity of ride-hailing services like Uber and Lyft and designed services alike, with no fixed schedules and no fixed stops. They aim at maximizing user convenience at any cost and target big cities because they need massive usage levels to be sustainable. We, on the other hand, chose a very different approach. We work to improve mobility in low-demand areas where public transport is most inefficient, and we created a service that's much closer to a regular bus service than it is to a taxi, because we want to improve the overall mobility and aggregate as much demand as possible in fewer trips. Something that's had a lot of influence in this is that we created NEMI under the requirements of a public administration. But how do we make money? Our customers are public transport operators, so it is them who pay for our solutions. We charge them for implementing the service in our platform. for maintaining the service under operation. And we also charge them for our business intelligence service, which consists of analyzing the data more in depth and suggesting improvements to the design of the service. And now that we're talking about data, let me dig deeper in this topic, because actually within the HiReach project and the acceleration phase, we made good progress thanks to the advice from our coaches. For the first time, we encountered a situation with the host company that we're working with for the pilot, in which we had to design a service from scratch. The region of Puglia, which is the host company, came to us with different studies, with different sets of data, and told us to show them what we could do in the region. And the problem that they're facing is that they have this, what they call inner areas, which are the areas in green that you see on the map, where the population is very dispersed and the offer of public transport is very poor and very poor quality. So they rely a lot on private cars. And so we chose to focus on one of the main poles in the most southern part of the region, Tricase, and the villages around it. And we looked at the mobility patterns between them to find out which villages had the lowest proportion of bus trips and the highest proportion of private car trips. We suggested some of the villages that could benefit the most from our solution and designed a proposition for a potential route for this flexible bus service. That was just the first exercise. We got the chance to talk to the national railway operator, Ferrovie del Sud-Est. They're very interested in our solution and suggested a pilot for the summer. And we're going to connect with a flexible bus, the station in Gagliano del Capo, with all the towns along the coast that are around it. These are some of the team members that are going to be involved in the pilot. And our strength as a team is that we have background in different disciplines. Myself, I have a background in business, and so does Martí Jofra. And for the rest of the team, they have IT skills which are very necessary for all the developments that we'll have to face in the following months. And talking about this, with the railway operator, we identified the need to incorporate ticketing functionalities and payment functionalities in our app. We are going to incorporate this in our development plans, and it's definitely going to help us reach more customers in the future. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. If you want to know more about what we do, don't hesitate to contact me on my email address. And I hope you learned something today. Thank you.
Thank you, Serhi. Serhi, please turn on your camera so we can see you. And I'm also going to ask Vasco to unmute and to start this video, because the first question is going to be for Vasco. Vasco, do you want to do the first question to Serhi, please? Okay, maybe Vasco is having some kind of technical issue, so I will just move on to Cosimo, that knows the region in Italy quite well. Cosimo, do you mind then doing the first question to Serhi?
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sergi.
Hi, Cosimo.
My first question is about the possibility for NEMI to expand, or at least to understand the functioning of your business model in other markets. And I would like to know if you see potential for this according to what is currently the legislation of other countries. I mean, we heard about demand responsive services several times, and we know there are different regulations in different countries. How you are trying to approach this? So will you be more in favor of targeting countries where there's already laws that really allows this type of flexibility of public transport? Other than, what's the situation if you had the chance to look at the EU situation to see which other country where this might be feasible or not? Thanks.
Yes. So since we work with public transport services, it's definitely very important to know how the legislation works. We are well positioned in our local market in our region in Catalonia because we've been working in the sector for many years, and we have a vast contact network, and that's allowed us to actually, participate in public tenders, build partnerships, etc. Now, for other countries, we know the importance of expanding this contact network to have local partners that can help us participate in public tender processes that know the market. And we are seeing actually huge expansion of demand responsive services. Public administrations in, I would say, every developed country are including requirements for bus services, for example, to be operated on demand or with some sort of flexibility like we do. And so, yeah, we're definitely building this network in other countries, thanks to HiReach as well. We're there in Portugal. We're also learning about how it works in Italy. So we're very thankful for all the help that we're getting from HiReach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we don't have any more time for questions. So I'll move on to our next speaker, Mihai. Hi, Mihai. Are you there? Good morning. I think you have to, well, unmute. There you go. So Mihai is the CEO and founder of Neobility, a low-cost urban multi-point rapid delivery system that is already working in Romania. And Mihai, ready?
Yep.
Let's go.
Hello, my name is Mihai Rotaru, and I'm the founder and CEO of Neobility, where we are passionate about changing the urban mobility for the better. Neo Delivery is our first product, a low-cost, rapid multi-point delivery system for urban areas. We were on a mission to build an affordable urban transportation system for humans that would dynamically respond to demand in a very efficient way. But then COVID happened. And while moving people was no longer an immediate option for our system, we could still support the crisis with our platform and our algorithms. So we decided to enter the delivery space. During and post-COVID, local businesses and NGOs supporting vulnerable groups would rely on rapid, predictable deliveries. However, the existing solutions were expensive and they would focus on consumer margins. And there was a new type of demand that emerged as COVID came in. Everything and anything had to be delivered, no matter how inexpensive the product or how short the distance it was. But this, while current delivery options were inefficient, and because they were point-to-point, and they were frequently involved one person doing one delivery for 1 hour on average. But the local businesses have a lower average basket size, and they have lower margins, so they actually cannot survive with the existing options. So we developed a real-time dynamic multi-point delivery system, aggregating parcels on common routes, which basically means that they share the price per kilometer as well as the time of the delivery person. The compromise means that we have rapid deliveries with a low price point. And we have different delivery plans and pricings, meaning that we can have a flexible system for different needs in different times. The concept was actually a direct request of the interested parties, meaning local businesses needing to survive. But we still wanted to validate the need and understand the market. So we created a survey, which meant for 5 minutes, they would answer a few questions and we would understand what their needs were better. 27 companies responded positively, and they said they wanted to be the early adopters. NGOs were also overwhelmed by demand, so they turned to us to ask support in terms of software or even a delivery service. So the market size globally is huge. The last mile delivery market is $370 billion, and this was pre-COVID. During the COVID, it grew up to 150% in major cities. And e-commerce in itself, it grew in the span of a few weeks, the equivalent of 10 years of natural growth. The delivery vehicles in the top 100 cities across the world are expected to increase by 36% by 2030. This will mean more pollution and more congestion. We believe multi-point delivery and multi-point human transportation will be the only sustainable solution for the cities. And this is what the product looks like. This is the business-facing dashboard, which is a system that allows him to easily input a new order for a pickup without taking too much time from his normal workflow. Once he inputs the information of the customer, he is also remembered in the CMS, in the database, for the future deliveries. And once the parcel is picked up by the delivery person, by the car, the consumer gets an SMS with a live tracking link, which gives him the option to also call the driver, so they can actually manage from this point without bothering the local business. The driver application is very specific to our use case. It's different from existing on-demand services in the sense that the driver actually has to input the number of hours, the length of his shift he will be working. This allows us to further optimize during the whole day the way we distribute the orders. The second difference is that the application gives turn-by-turn indications, which have to be closely monitored by the driver, because we make optimizations as we go. So in any second, the driver may have to change his route. It's not as simple as just going to make a pickup. He has to follow instructions in the applications at all times. Basically, is the closest thing to an autonomous car. Everything is happening automatically, of course, but we still have operations people that monitor the system, making sure things happen in a logical manner. This is the way we also learn more about the market and what we can do to have a better system. So we have a plethora of tools which allow us to track in real time the cars, the optimization, routes, everything. In terms of business, we highly value efficiency. We strive to offer a low price point and also fast delivery. And actually, the better the delivery orders density, the more efficient the system is. So we make more money the more efficient the system is in the end. We have a mixed model. We have 2 tiers of drivers. We have a free floating base, which means normal drivers like in ride sharing. And we take 20% of the income that they make from making deliveries. But on top of that, we also have a different subsegment, which is drivers that we pay on an hourly rate, a flat fee per hour or per kilometers. We do this to make sure that we have a base number of drivers that can provide a good service to our customers. And we also have an incentive scheme for both categories of drivers. In 2 months, we managed to pivot from a totally unexpected context and create a new product in a new business area in order to respond to the new needs. 75 companies created accounts and used the system at least once in this pilot phase. We've done about 120 NGO special deliveries and overall over 1,000 deliveries in total. We are ready for the next phase because we need to still improve our system. And the algorithms need improvement because it's one of the most complex tasks in algorithmics. It's the traveling salesman problem in a highly dynamic, but also in real life with real traffic. We also need to scale the product to reach 24/7 service and have more customers to make the economics work even better. The better density, the better optimization. And we want our solution to become the main delivery channel for NGOs, which is much more reliable than using volunteers. We will not take any margins from NGO deliveries because we can make a profit of the commercial business. And having more deliveries actually helps us have a more efficient system. Of course, there's a lot of competition, like dedicated delivery services, but they are high in price point and they focus on speed and not on cost. Some companies use taxis and Uber to make deliveries, which is of course not efficient at all. Some have their own fleets, which doesn't really scale, and NGOs in general just rely on volunteers. So we think we can win the market. We think we can do a good job at it because we are starting from a different reality, from a different need that is very current. We are focusing on the low price point, but also flexibility. And we are building the platform and the driver and the consumer experience from the ground up in terms of multi-point. So we think it's much more difficult to have a single point system and then pivot to multi-point. And we have a highly skilled team. Our tech lead has experience with mobile. He's worked with large studios, but also owned an indie studio. Our product lead built consumer products for Fitbit and ING, and my experiences coming from ride sharing. We also have an extended team consisting of driver operations managers, B2B sales representatives, project managers, and developers, of course. We launched the product recently, and we had a lot of press coverage because the product was very, very appealing to customers. We had over 20 mentions, including TV, which brought us a lot of customers, of course. And that meant that we had the opportunity to deliver everything from burgers to flowers, but also help people in need. And the companies and NGOs we work with were very happy to be helped by us, and we were happy to help them. We are trying to make urban mobility better, be it for parcels or for humans. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mihai. It's a wonderful presentation, really instructive and illustrative of what you guys can deliver. So, Mihai, the first question of the jury now will come from João. João, do you want to?
Hi, Mihai. Thanks for the insightful presentation. Your case is amazing because you did a complete pivoting as you described. It takes courage and it takes flexibility and entrepreneur spirit for sure. My question will be related more to your internal process, how you came to this, how you decided to do it, was it within the team? Yeah,
so it was actually pretty simple, so to speak. I mean, when COVID happened, everybody was kind of frozen in place, and we were pondering how we would actually make people transportation work we were actually ready to start making some trials. But then, because we also had a network locally, a lot of NGOs started to come to us to ask if we can help them with deliveries, because they were going personally. Initially, they would have different ways of getting in touch with the vulnerable groups, but now everything had to be switched on to deliveries. And a lot of people were in lockdown, so they need to be able to support them with, in general, with food and different equipment. So their needs just exploded, and their volunteers just crashed in terms of numbers. So they were asking from us initially a software solution that can optimize their fleets, especially for NGOs delivering meals for elderly people that were in lockdown. And we tried to offer the technical solution, but it was obvious that time was too short for them to implement it themselves. So we actually started doing the service in itself and built the modules that were required. But everything was built kind of on top of what we had prepared for the people transportation solution, the DRT solution. And we saw this as a big opportunity, mainly because it's much easier to highly optimize parcels than people, because you have longer time spans for making deliveries. We have different plans. One of them is 4 hours. For a person, that would be unacceptable, but for deliveries, that works. And that means that we can, compared to the bus solution, to any DRT solution, you can optimize the routes every minute, and not just once when you get the order. So within a span of 4 hours, we can actually find the perfect optimization to make the delivery very sustainable for NGOs.
Thank you. Vasco or Cosimo, there's time for one quick question.
I can go ahead. Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. A very brief question is, how do you see so you had some changes, as you explained. My question is to you, how do you see yourself in the next year or 2 years by developing this market? Where do you see yourself in the future, 1-2 years from now?
Well, we actually see a lot of opportunity because of the COVID situation. E-commerce and deliveries exploded, and even as we cross the pandemic, people get used to this way of interacting. And NGOs as well, they build their infrastructure for working with people remotely, so they can exploit it more. I think need for deliveries has increased substantially. It will remain increased, but most importantly, there is a change in the type of deliveries needed, which is we need everything delivered now, no matter how inexpensive it is. Personally, I had a problem because I'm a big coffee lover, and I have a special coffee shop I order my coffee beans from, and they would deliver one package, and the cost for delivery was actually almost the same as the actual coffee bag itself. So that seemed like a problem, and that means that it's not easy to deliver anything unless you have a flexible enough system that can be as cheap or expensive and as fast or as slow as needed on a case-by-case situation. So I think by offering a very flexible system, we can navigate in the future the business quite well.
Okay, great. Hope you the best and the best of luck. So thank you.
All right. And we are heading fast towards the end of the HiReach Startup Showcase. The last presentation is going to be by Alex Chaplin-Awes from Tandem. And Tandem is turning local taxis into a shared micro-mobility service. So Alex, are you with us? I think he is. Just starting your video. Hi, Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
All good. So we're going to hear what you have to pitch to the jury today. Ready?
Sounds good. Ready.
All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm the CEO of Tandem. Go to any mobility conference anywhere in the world and you'll hear about the amazing things happening in big cities like London, Berlin, and New York. The future of mobility in smart cities. It sounds fantastic, and a lot of it is. But across Europe, more than half of the population lives in small towns and more rural areas, places that have been almost exclusively ignored by most mobility tech companies. Tandem is building the future of mobility for these smaller places. This is Benny. Benny lives with his family and a number of other low-income families in a new housing development called Stanton Cross in Northamptonshire. He wants to work in Rushden, and as you can see, public transport isn't really an option for him. It would take almost 90 minutes, and actually that bus doesn't even run at the time he wants to do his shift. Walking's not really an option either. It would take him almost 2 hours one way. But the crazy thing is it's actually not that far if you have a car, just 12 minutes. But like a quarter of residents in the area, he doesn't have a car, and nor should he have to. And this is exactly the problem that Tandem is solving. And so our solution is to partner with existing local taxi companies and enable passengers to share, paying for just their seat. So the service offered is a bit like a taxi, but because they're just paying for one seat, the price is like a local bus. And so with Tandem, our users can access jobs they otherwise couldn't. They do that at prices that are bus prices, not taxi prices. They pay the same price every day, regardless of whether they're sharing with one person or 7 other people. It saves them time, 12 minutes rather than an hour and a half, and it is a reliable service that they can use every single day. And so obviously there are elements of this model that are similar to things happening in huge cities, but this is the only model built specifically for these smaller towns. So one of the key differences with the big city models is that we are focused on core corridors. So with our service, you can't go anywhere within a town. We're not going to be able to solve all mobility problems. We're focused on core corridors, certain journeys where we know there's going to be a good amount of traffic. So for example, between the housing estate and that big center of employment just to the south. And we're building specific unique algorithms in partnerships with the University of Glasgow and Aberdeen to underpin that routing and matching. Our service is demand responsive, but it's not completely on demand, and nor is it fixed timetables. It's somewhere in between the two. Our service is asset light, and this is crucial. Again, because we're partnering with local taxi companies, we incur 0 costs when there's no journeys taking place. But because these existing local transport companies are there and quite significant in size, we're able to draw on their supply at any stage. All of those drivers are licensed paid taxi drivers. So this is not a carpooling service. We're not asking people to share each other's vehicles. In the UK, at least, that kind of service can add value, but there's lots of people who aren't
open to sharing their private vehicles. And unlike kind of huge bus companies or coach-driven services, these are small, agile vehicles ideal for these less dense geographies. And finally, one of the other unique elements of our service is our partnerships with what we call journey generators. So far, with our pilot that we launched in October, these journey generators have been private sector employment agencies. And so they contribute to the cost of the service, meaning that even if we only get 1 or 2 passengers in the taxis, we're still able to cover the cost of the entire journey and we don't lose money. And they're doing that again because it means they can place people into roles that they otherwise wouldn't be able to fill. And the exciting thing about our pilot with our host, Northamptonshire County Council, is that we've been looking at how, for the first time, rather than having a private sector partner, we could do this with a public sector local authority. And Northamptonshire County Council is the first partner that we're talking about doing this with in the UK. But really excitingly, over the last month, we've also had a series of conversations with a similar small municipality in Denmark. And so just to summarize, our revenue model takes money from passenger fares. The journey generators, be they private sector or local authorities, play this role as an underwriter. But crucially, because with these partnerships with local taxi companies, we are only paying for those vehicles anyway if there are paying passengers within them. This is an £800 million business opportunity in the UK and a 10 billion opportunity in the rest of Europe and the USA. And we calculate that by just looking at the 1 million agency workers in the UK, half of whom on average live in these towns of 10 to 200,000 people, and multiplying that by the average expenditure on transport. Even if we just take the quarter of people in these towns who don't own a car in their household, this is at least a 200 million opportunity in the UK alone. We launched our first site doing this in October. We've had over 3,000 journeys to date, and despite the global pandemic, we've managed to triple the number of journeys since February. And several workers are now using this to get to jobs that they otherwise would not have been able to access. And so the pilot plan that we've been working on with Northamptonshire over the last 3 months focuses on this new housing estate. Our host notes that there is going to be significant demand, but that demand is going to be spread out across the day. And the thing that he finds most appealing is that this model is based on only paying for journeys when they are specifically requested. And so they're not paying, as they do for some other bus services locally, paying for an empty bus to drive around. And so since Vienna, the County Council have introduced us to the developer of the housing estate. And they have shared a series of data with us so that we can plan how this service is going to scale beyond the lifetime of the pilot. We've built a business case going back and forth with the local authority so that we can have them act as a journey generator for the first time. We know now that the service will operate with a maximum wait time of 30 minutes from booking. It will operate 7 days a week, off-peak and on-peak, offering prices exactly the same as other local bus services, and there will be zero costs when there are no passengers. There will be subsidies, though, when there's just low passenger numbers. And finally, we've been building on the technology. We launched with a very basic MVP for passengers to book with in October. And obviously that first MVP is live. The second MVP is preparing us for scale. As you'll see in this video, we have been turning what have been since October very manual processes and laying the foundations for scale, which obviously means slowly starting to remove those manual processes. So as you can see here, these are no longer spreadsheet-driven processes. Bookings that come into the system go here, they are matched together, they are allocated to a transport provider. And now that each of these steps is built within this system, the foundations are laid to automate more and more of those steps. So as passenger numbers continue to grow, we can continue to provide a world-class service.
Okay. So let's
not quite finished my video, Andre.
No, it's not. So I will continue then.
So the next steps are to launch as soon as Rushden Lakes reopens, initially underwritten by HiReach if we're successful today, then continuing to automate more and more elements of the tech product, auto dispatch being the next function. And then if the pilot's successful, Northamptonshire County Council are going to tender to run the service on a longer basis using something called Section 106 funding. And then we're also looking to secure funding for a feasibility study in partnership with the Danish municipality we talked about earlier. We think we're the right team to make this happen. Hugh and I have scaled organizations before. I've built businesses supporting communities like the ones we're operating in here. Hugh was formerly CTO of HiReach, Australia's fastest growing startup in 2017. And Tat-Seng has a range of commercial experience from his time as a management consultant and an early stage investor himself. And I'd like to leave you with a few words from one of our first 3,000 passengers.
Hello, my name is Ratana Chai and I work at Urban Outfitters warehouse in Rushden. I've been using Tandem service since the lockdown was implemented because of the new rules, the bus time was to be cut down. And my only option was to walk 2 hours, lose my job or pay a ridiculous amount for the local taxis. Like without their service, I would be out of a job. Honestly, I thank Tandem so much. Thank you.
So thank you, Alex. Sorry for my my bug by stopping your presentation just a little bit before the end. So I guess we're all set, and I'm just going to ask Alex to also start his video so we can all see each other. So let me just maybe have a question here from one of our audience members, an attendee, Martin, is asking about how the service actually works. And in this case, can you provide a guarantee to passengers that they will be carried at the time they want? And as I understand it, you're not paying the taxi company any no fixed fee, so they have no incentive to prioritize your customers, Tandem customers, and maybe be busy with something else. So how do you handle that?
I think that's a really good question. The answer is that because we are one of their biggest customers, they do have an incentive to prioritize us over each of the individual customers who are maybe buying 1 or 2 journeys. So across a month, we're putting hundreds, potentially thousands of journeys their way. So absolutely, they have an incentive to prioritize our journeys. Otherwise, we'd switch to another local taxi provider.
I think that's a very instructive answer. So first question will go to Cosimo. Cosimo,
yes.
Go on.
Yes, Alex. It seems to me that when looking at your solution, this happened also there in Vienna, but now we are also having the same view for other of our startups. It seems that we will need demand. We will need to focus on, for example, corridors or areas where we can optimize or we can find a solution for matching trips. And it also led to the conclusion maybe that there might be a market potential, but the role of a local authority or an agency is also relevant. So it's also a way for increasing your revenue, so to have a more stable business model, or you think that it could be in any case in some corridors that also the market, the demands could lead to sustainability of Tandem?
Yeah, I think, just tell me if I'm not answering your question, but I think I understand where you're coming from. So the role of the local authority in a partnership like this would be kind of sharing the risk with us of those taxis not being full. So in the short term, the services might need, as more and more people are finding out about it, starting to use the service, the demand obviously would increase over time. And so in the short term, the local authority would play the same role that the employment agencies have been playing so far in covering the difference between the amount of revenue we get from passenger fares and the amount we pay to the taxi drivers. So in the longer term, as we get more and more people on those corridors, making those journeys, sharing those vehicles, the amount we get from passenger fares could well exceed, and will exceed, the amount we pay to the taxi driver. But in the short term, it's about sharing that risk with the local authority or with the private sector employment agency.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting.
Very well. So I will welcome now on our virtual stage Benjamin Lambert. He's the invited guest speaker today. And Benjamin, as it happens, you also have a question, don't you?
Thanks so much for the pitch, Alex. It was awesome. Love the energy. Love the inclusion of the video of the testimonial. It was very, very interesting. One question I had was sort of around Citymapper, and if you thought about sort of working with them on a more local basis outside. I know they're not really implemented in let's call them non-major cities currently, but is that something you've thought about, or is it something that potentially could be an interesting route?
It's an interesting question. We've met the founder of Citymapper, and he's offered to kind of guide us and kind of mentor us a little bit. I think their product is amazing. I think you hit on the key challenge is that their geographies tend to be very different to ours. So we're particularly focused on small towns of 10 to 200,000 people where Citymapper isn't. I think there is an opportunity potentially on the edge, the kind of peri-urban areas outside of the big cities, to do something together. But actually, the transport need that we are primarily focused on is these smaller geographies where actually the public transport is even weaker than on the edge of London.
No, sure. So that potentially you could be a great investment for them because they understand your business and they have like this sort of different funds coming up that could be available, which could be quite interesting.
Absolutely.
Great.
Cool.
So let me do a proper presentation of Benjamin. Thank you, Benjamin, for being with us today. And
am I smiling properly like in the photo, or?
Totally fine. Benjamin Lambert is a managing director of Demium Portugal, and Demium operates a European-wide network of campuses in Portugal, Spain, and many other countries, but most active in Portugal and Spain. And Benjamin is going to give us a glimpse of what investors expect from you, the startups. So I would ask now the jury, Cosimo, Vasco, João, to meet on their own terms and discuss who should move on to the next phase of the acceleration phase. And please join us in 15 minutes, no later than that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea.
The floor is yours. I'm just.
Grazie Cosimo. Obrigado, Vasco. Cool. No, thanks so much. As Andre says, I'm your time filler for today. So just to give the judges time to make their decisions. Thanks for everyone for all your time and your effort today. It's really interesting to see different presentation styles and different energies. I think finishing definitely on a high, by the way, Alex, in terms of the energy that you brought to the pitch. I think it was great. I would take that as a potentially a note for everyone just to feel that energy. So as Andre sort of introduced, so I'm the managing director here at Demium. Previously, I've had a career in banking, in cloud services, in advertising, digital advertising on a global level, and I've started maybe up to 20 different businesses. 3 of them we had exits, 17 of them failed. and they've gone anything from sort of event style businesses all the way through to digital businesses, mobile applications. What you guys are all doing in mobility is something that's super close to my heart in terms of how the world's going to move from now on. I was raising a fund actually to support climate, so actually carbon negative businesses, which also got hit by by COVID, ironically. But what it did is it opened up a world of looking into how mobility is going to change, how manufacturing is going to change, how all of the different industries are going to change and become closer to being a local industry, or being a locally driven, us being a locally driven economy. And so from what you guys were presenting, it seems like you know, the innovation in what you're presenting is really, really interesting in terms of what needs to happen. So Andre, I'm gonna just share my screen. Is that possible here? Cool.
It is possible. You will have to.
Yeah, I got it. Host disabled attendee share screening.
Well, I'll make you a host so you can do that.
Yeah, I need to do that. And just while going through that, like actually, I was saying to Andre, like
you can share your screen now.
Cool. Just while I'm doing that, I was saying to Andre that that's, you know, my knowledge of wait a second. Sorry. My knowledge in the mobility space is fairly limited in terms of I had an investment in using Ubers, scooter Ubers, basically in London, which was called Rider, which actually failed. But I've looked at the mobility spaces over the past years, and I had a few other sort of scooter sharing type of ventures that I was advising, and no, it's really really interesting. Oh, how do I do this? Okay, so today I'm just going to talk to you about a bit about my experience and sort of why raising money is really important or not important. And sort of some different tips that I may have around this. I'm currently an investor in around 15 different projects, and yeah, I mean I always find everything that everyone's doing super exciting. So yeah, I think this is really key. So why raise money? So I need to move my camera. So yeah, I think we're all here because, you know, raising money is something that is potentially important to us. I think that it's really important to bring on the right people on your journey. For sure, I've had many different experiences, which I'll talk about a bit later, in terms of when you bring the wrong people on your journey. And I think that, you know, what you guys are all doing in terms of having either micro scaling businesses, which are scaling in sort of different domains, or globally scalable businesses, is super interesting. And I think that's, you know, investors in general look for something that can scale at a larger rate than sort of people, let's say. So from my side anyway, you know, all the things that I look for is a market size that's big enough to capture, and also something that can scale at a rate faster than the people running it can grow. I think we know about sort of what the market looks like. Currently, it's a difficult market to raise money, as you guys probably realize, but that's also the biggest opportunities, right? So more billionaires created in recession times or in downturn times than any other time. And investors will know that, right? So investors are currently sitting strong in terms of the fact that lots of people are needing money. But at the same time, they know that this is the time of opportunity. So that's not just taking advantage of people who need money really desperately. That's also supporting the right ideas that can fuel the next stage of the economy. And actually, you know, talking in terms of mobility and what you guys are all doing. I think, you know, these are ideas that are very relevant moving forward, and helping efficiency in ecosystems, in mobility ecosystems, is something that's going to continuously support governments to decrease, improve the climate conditions, basically. So I think, you know, you guys are in a good space to be able to put your offer to the market. So, right. So we all know the differences between angels and VCs. I think the biggest thing just to think about when you're speaking to both of these entities is that angels in general, or I can say that I'm an angel. So when I make it an angel investment, I connect with, I look to see the energy of the founder. I look to really understand like his vision and his ability to actually, or her ability to actually achieve that vision. I'm not too worried necessarily. I kind of, in general, I know it's not that great, but I kind of forget about the angel investments I make in terms of financial investments I make, because I don't think it really, I don't look at it necessarily as a money earner. I look at that as a bonus. I look at backing big ideas and people that are focused on executing this idea as the reasons for backing it, and the fact that the market could be big enough to go big. So from my side, I definitely look at this as an opportunity to give back. I'm actually running Demium in the same sort of way. So I did my startups and came and joined Demium, or launched Demium in Portugal, as Andre said. We're looking to open in Porto as well. And the reason being is because there's so many talented people out there, and so we are talent investing. So we help people find their co-founders. Something that's super important to me as a business angel as well is looking to make sure that there's a good vibe within the team. And I normally test that quite vigorously as an angel. So understanding that people understand each other and that they're complementary to each other, that's something that's definitely important, and that shouldn't be overlooked. And then VCs, look, I was on a call sort of earlier this morning with one of my investments and a VC. And, you know, one thing that he said, that the head of the VC said, which is super true, right? Like, if you return us, if you get to a 50 million valuation, you do nothing for us. You don't even move the needle. You know, and he also said, what he also said was, you know, our target is to have 25% of your business before Series A. Now, it's a good thing. It can be a good thing for businesses that needs VC money, but it's very expensive. It's very expensive money, right? You're giving away a lot of equity. You're putting yourself under immense pressure to return sort of the figures that they need to be able to pay back their LPs or their GPs. And the fact is that maybe it's not suited to every single business. So don't worry if your business is not suited to venture capital. I mean, especially growing up in London, or like being in London before and having worked in lots of different countries as well. I think that especially in London, you're sort of always trying to keep up with everybody else, because this person just raised £2 million here and £10 million here and whatever. Don't worry about that, right? Work out what's suitable for your business, and I would focus on taking money that's suitable for your business. That might be a bank loan. There's new, like, I don't know if people have seen revenue-based investing. It's a new model that says that 40% of VC money currently goes into Google and Facebook, and that's expensive money. If we're just pumping it into advertising and marketing, and it's mainly Google and Facebook, then why don't we look for a different type of influx of cash? So there's a new model called revenue-based investing. There's a few different players in the US, and in the US there's one called Clearbank with a C, and in the UK there's one called Uncapped. So it's weareuncapped.com, and it's cheaper money because you just pay a flat fee based on what you take from them, and especially for commerce businesses, SaaS businesses like some of yours. You can use this money to grow without losing equity. So it's a complementary thing to VC money as well. So I think that's something to for sure look out for. But because essentially what VCs will do is they'll force you to, they'll push you, because every single investment they make, they want to return their fund, right? So every single investment they make should be able to return the fund, the whole fund. So what does that mean? That means if you're going after money that's from a 200 million fund, their investment in you, that mentality of that investment in you is that they're part of the exit. So in whenever 5-10 years time, they're part of that exit should be able to give them more than 200 million. Okay, so make sure that you target the right people when you're looking for investors. You can that's a rule, right? In terms of the VC market, that's a rule. This fund that we were speaking to this morning is a 60 million fund. So if the investment they make in us can't give them more than 50-60 million, then it's not worth it for them. And they'll always you always start from a losing point of view. You always start from a place where they're forcing you to do things that you don't want to do. And that's really, really tricky as an entrepreneur, because you know what's right for your business, and you don't want to be forced to do things you don't want to do if for the wrong reasons. If it's for the right reasons, great, amazing. So yeah, that's a bit around that. There's a lot of other ways to get money and to get funded, and I'm sure you guys know about them. There's a lot of grant money out there for mobility at the moment. There's a lot of grant money out there for anything to do with climate and anything to do with improving the planet. So and obviously the great thing about that is it's free, right? So it takes about the same time. It takes 3 to 6 months. Excuse me. It takes 3 to 6 months to get the grant through. And it's free money, right? So just quickly talking about revenue-based investing again. Sorry that it's a topic that's very keen in my head at the moment. I'm looking at it very carefully. The great thing about revenue-based investing is that you can get the money in one day. You can get the money in like 24 hours. If you have the right metrics to grow, you don't need to go through all of the different processes that VCs go through. VCs normally take about 3 to 6 months to invest in you. From day one. Angels, I've closed angel rounds in less than sort of 2 months, but in general, it's like 2 to 6 months, let's say. So, with revenue-based investing, you can get money in a day. With grants, it takes about 3 months. Obviously with crowdfunding, everyone looks at, I look at crowdfunding as a marketing tool for sure. So if you see it as part of your marketing strategy, great. If you see it as a way to raise money, wrong mentality to have. It's not a way to raise money. It's a way to get your product out there. And of course, the benefit of it is that you raise money at the same time. We've raised twice on crowdfunding platforms, and it's a complete headache, but it's really great if you want to market your products to a target audience. When I say it's a headache, it does take longer. It takes longer than you think. It took about 6 months to get the money in, and there's lots of different steps in terms of different videos to do and different updates, and lots of different shareholders who don't necessarily understand your business that you have to keep updating. There's a lot of work to be done. You need someone sort of pretty on it to be able to focus on that whilst running a business. So from my side, I think like grants are quite an interesting way to get money. No one really, or people don't look at it enough. People think that VCs are like the golden way to get money, but actually grants are a good way. Of course, you guys are talking about that. And then, yeah, the revenue-based investing is something that's really interesting. So what do investors look for in a startup? I mentioned a few things that I look for. I mean, everyone always says it, and it is true. It's like the spirit, the energy, the passion of the team within and the experience of the team within the area that they're working, right? So even if that experience can be translated from, being able to scale, I don't know, an advertising business, and then because you had an advertising business and you have a sort of angle towards advertising within mobility or something like that, that's very relevant skill set. So make sure to underline all of those different skills that you have. Lots of people just take it as a given that like, oh, I have these skills, therefore I should be able to do this startup, and they don't actually underline to investors enough how relevant those skills are, right? So back yourselves, and you're there, you're doing what you're doing for a reason at that point in time, and therefore that journey before those underlying skills really get to the bottom of what those are, so you can show those to these investors, so they really understand why you're the right team. In terms of, it obviously depends on the level, the stage that you're at, but so team for sure, number one. In terms of market size, as I said, like, you need to demonstrate the size of the market. You need to demonstrate that why you're going to be better than your competitors, and investors look for large markets that they see a potential large growth in, and they look for market shifts as well. I mean, I look for market shifts, and as I was saying, like, I think that the new market shift post-COVID is going to be super interesting. Everything coming home. We just made an investment into a company that does local manufacturing here in Portugal allows you to find local manufacturers in Portugal and across Europe for different, let's say you had an e-commerce business and you're looking for a manufacturer. This company will place you with the best factory for that within Europe. So there's no longer the travel and understanding like how big that market is. And to me, there's a big shift into Europe at the moment, or into different sort of bringing stuff closer. So this is going to be a huge shift. So market shifts, team, market size, and the execution, like what you've done so far, how long it's taken you to do that? Like how big is this passion, the passion that you've got? How do you translate that into the execution for what you're doing? I think all of these things are things that investors look for. So this is actually from Portugal Ventures. So Portugal Ventures is a fund here in Portugal. Obviously, it's a state-owned fund. It's a 200 million fund, and this is how they actually value the investment in the startups, right? So normally I would do a bit of a back and forth with this slide in terms of like, what do you think it's going to be? Oh, no one knew it was going to be team, but of course, all of you knew it was going to be team. It's quite hard talking to a screen, as you all know, because you've all been doing it. So yeah, anyway, so as you can see, even when you're getting to public funds, right, they still put a huge weight on team, right? So the second is like working out how that product is already fit in the market. So the product market fit is super important. I think having a product market fit is for VCs is something, or for institutional investors, I should say, is something that's super important. Even for revenue-based investing, they need to see six months of revenue, let's say, coming out of certain channels to know that this is the right way to go. And then, yeah, this is hopefully a bit, hopefully this is insightful in terms of how Portugal Ventures, which is a state-owned fund, think as well. Yeah, as I said before, it's all about the team. Make sure, like, be really selective. And by the way, team can be advisors, team can be investors, right? So I took money from the wrong person. Well, I've probably done that a few times, but it really hit me hard when an investor was a bit, let's call it bipolar. And I didn't really realize. And so he went from sort of loving me to hating me to loving me to hating me so often. And it's, even with lawyers, and he's worth a lot of money, and it was super stressful, even though, so for example, he launched a case to sue me, then 2 months later wanted to pump a lot more money into my business. And I hadn't even dealt with that other case. And then he just dropped it. And it was just, that sort of thing is just, it just really distracts you. And it wasn't founded. It wasn't a founded case of why he wanted to do it in the first place. He just thought that something had happened, so he just acted in an irrational way. So yeah, be careful who you get into bed with, let's say, and who you get on board. Your team is also your investors, right? So your early investors, the next investors after that will look at your early investors as your team. They're going to be people that have a say in things. They're going to be people that block things, that really have to understand you as a team. So yeah, be really careful who you bring on, and look for people that really align to your vision. It's a long journey. Raising investment, as I said, is also a long journey. The whole lifetime of a startup is a long journey, as you all know. I'm sure, better than me maybe. And yeah, I think that just be ready for it. Don't defocus on it. So I had a dating app that we launched, and we got to a really good level, and we got approached to be acquired, right? So this is one of the things that I learned. We had an offer for investment here, and then we got approached to be acquired here. we're like, wow, this seems quite cool, and this investment really isn't that much compared to the market, what the market's doing at the time. So, so why don't we go for this sort of acquisition opportunity? So I spent the next 3 months concentrating my full team pretty much on this acquisition. It was very distracting. There's lots of due diligence done. So it was September to December. Then in January, the acquirer had a meeting with their board and decided that they wanted to sell. And they didn't want to bring on anything that wasn't profit making. So they dropped the acquisition. We had then sort of lost sight of what we were doing on our day to day. And yeah, the business sold for a lot less money than it would have done. But look, it was and not to that buyer. But what I want to say here is that it's super hard raising money. Everybody knows how hard it is. So be structured about it. Have really regimented sort of follow-up processes. Treat it like a sales process. Treat the investors like clients, and have that in a really structured way. Because doing it half-heartedly doesn't work, but doing it structured on a part-time basis does work. And so you need to keep focus on your core business. Otherwise, that can be super harmful to businesses. But the only way to do that is structuring it really well. And so spending a certain amount of time a day, let's say it's 1 hour a day, but really structured, really focused time just on that, and following up in the right way. So yeah. In terms of raising money, as I mentioned before, it's like raise at a time where you don't necessarily need the funding. That's the best time to raise money, right? So I think you've probably heard that before. It's one of the investments we have at the moment in Portugal is a company called Innov Labs. They do education for they do STEAM education, which is like basically they promote doing rather than theory within schools. So kids will build a watering machine for a plant instead of learning how plants grow. So and they
Ben, sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt you.
No worries.
The jury is out with the announcement, so maybe we still have 1 or 2 minutes from you to have some, Q&A if people want to do a question or two. Is that all right?
Yeah, whatever works for you.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you my hosting rights again. So
Let me just close off quickly because I was in the middle of a sentence for 2 seconds. Sorry, Andrew. So basically, when this company has already become sort of a powerful business, so they have a decent revenue and they don't necessarily need to raise. So that's always the best time to start thinking about raising if you know that money can take you somewhere and you don't necessarily need it. So yeah, I'm finished now.
Okay, so I'm reclaiming my hosting rights here, and I will share my own screen to have some Q&A with you. So if you have any questions to Benjamin, you can use the Q&A feature here at Zoom. Otherwise, I can actually do a couple of them. So Ben, while we're still waiting for anyone to do any questions, maybe you want to tell us a little bit about Demium. Actually, one of the startups we have here today, Childify, started their entrepreneurial journey at Demium in Malaga, if I'm not mistaken, and that is essentially a proof that Demium is working well, and it's feeding the ecosystem with new projects, very early stage projects. So what is Demium, and what is the mission of the company?
Sure. So the mission of the company is to empower entrepreneurs to follow their dreams and to be able to find the right team to execute in the best way possible and to scale their businesses. That's kind of how they attracted me, for sure, because one of my missions, my life missions, is to change the lives of 1 billion people and keep scaling that, right? So they wanted to make 1 billion entrepreneurs, and I said, okay, well, I guess that's quite aligned in terms of from a local perspective. What does Demium do? Demium allows you as a person, you don't have to have any sort of team or idea to apply, just with the skills that you've acquired to find a team and find an idea based on your values, based on your mission. And what we do is we help you find a team, help you match with an idea, put you together, and help you start your business. So that's what Demium does. We take you all the way through sort of ideation, all the way through to revenue. And we also invest sometimes either personally in your business or from the company. So.
Okay, we actually have a question now from George. Hi Ben, any business angel networks you are part of that are actively looking into mobility right now? Thanks.
Short answer is I'm not currently actively looking for investments personally, so I don't actually know. So sorry, that's not very helpful, but it's honest.
Yeah, but like you said, there's a bunch of grants and schemes right now that are supporting not just mobility but global warming and climate change in general. So if you work in that space and you can prove that you are carbon negative business, then
exactly.
Okay,
no,
so
that's for sure.
We have the jury with us, and I will now call on stage Cosimo, not without saying thank you so much, Benjamin, for this wonderful presentation. It was a great glimpse of what investors are looking for and the different possibilities. I didn't know about that new investment scheme that is now becoming popular with Uncapped, but I will definitely check it out. Thank you again.
No, thank you, Andre. Thank you. Thanks, guys. And please reach out on LinkedIn if I can help at all. Let me know.
People reach out. They can just search for Benjamin Lambert on LinkedIn, and they will find you and maybe send you a message and reach out to you directly.
Sure, that's fine, man.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Grazie. Ciao. Obrigado.
Ciao.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Andre. Yeah, the floor is. I think the floor is ours. I think we discussed it also with the rest of the jury to share this session and this announcement. But just a brief introduction from TRT, from the coordinator of HiReach. We are pretty much satisfied about the results of this startup lab, of this second stage, where we experienced the way to accelerate inclusive mobility startups in a way that they can grow and demonstrate that our hypothesis and mainly research hypothesis in a project funded by the European Commission were right, because we invested a lot in this final part of the project, in giving the answers to the entrepreneurs and to the startups. So we are pretty much satisfied about how all the startups reacted and worked since Vienna, since the bootcamp we organized in Vienna in February. Our approach was quite complex also in evaluating the way the third part of the startup lab would include 5 startups instead of 10, because of course we have some budget constraints. But just let me say that in terms of results, all the 10 startups did their development plan very well, and we are satisfied of all the startups, and we were impressed by the progress that you all did in this extremely difficult situation because of the COVID crisis we had. I would also like to thank all the coaches and the mentors, the people who were in contact with you, with the startups, and particularly Impact Up Vienna. Joanna Constantin is not with us today, unfortunately, but I would really have to thank Impacta Vienna for having assisted the project and the startups. Just one other remark. I know you are waiting for the names. We think the project could include support other than financial, also for the ones who won't be nominated. So we would really love to have all the 10 startups following HiReach and receiving technical support for us. So the 5 ones that we will nominate now, of course, we will add some more funds, which are not so huge as from an investor, of course. But also for the others, you can be HiReach alumni and continue to receive our technical support and be with us also in the last event, the final event we will organize in mid to late September this year. So please continue to visit our website, because we will inform also the public about the progress of the startups, of the pilots, and of course of also the upcoming events related to HiReach. We had, of course, a grid of evaluations, and we took into consideration several aspects like the pilot, the value proposition, the team, of course, as also Benjamin said. And really the evaluation was extremely difficult, because, as I said, choosing 5 startups in a group of 10, it's that, of course, is a nice group. It was quite challenging. So I will start with announcing the first startup, and then I will pass the floor for the second name to Vasco, right, from Tish. So just let me start. The first, of course, there's not an order, it's just randomly the name of the 5. The first startup that we have selected is Dreamways. So Hugo and the team of Dreamways, congratulations, you will pass to the third part of the project.
Okay, now it's my turn. And so, yes, congratulations. So the second spot goes to Nemi. So Nemi team, congratulations. You are on the last stage of the HiReach Startup Lab. Congratulations, the best to you, Nemi. So now I go to João.
Hi, I would like to say some words just to say how inspiring we were by your work during this time. It was a great pleasure. We were proud to have these startups. Any of them, like Cosimo said, would represent HiReach very well in this last stage. Some had more fit than others, so we had to make choices. So the third startup that I am responsible for announcing is Citymas. Congratulations, Rene and Andy. And now I'll pass the word to Andrea for the fourth one.
Thanks, Joel. Okay, so the fourth one is Charlify. So congratulations, Charlify. It's a great project. I really hope that it comes to Portugal very soon, because I have kids at school and driving them to school is a nightmare. So looking forward for that service.
Okay, and now the fifth startup that we have selected is Hoop. Congratulations, Hoop. Congratulations, Andrea. You are in the third page. Congratulations.
Congratulations. So it's a hat trick for Spain. So it's
yes. Of course, we will be in contact with the startups after this showcase event to be in contact also with the members of the take-up group of HiReach, which are local authorities, companies, but also to allow the startups to get in contact with potential investors and to give you also the opportunity to continue to be assisted by the project. As I said, this was a quite interesting experience for us. It's a pity that we are doing this only virtually, because the original idea was to come there in Lisbon and to have this announcement and this experience physically there with you. But we are pretty confident that in the upcoming weeks and hopefully also during this summer, the piloting of the startups will be something that we will continue to follow in order to also to provide you the needed support, not only financially, but also to surpass any type of problems we may have with the COVID. But I'm pretty sure that all of you, you already have quite well adapted your product, and you are already running in a way that these pilot testing, these test beds are possible. So I think there won't be any problem with this. Just to, we also published on the website some blog posts, and we will continue to give visibility to the work of the startups, also giving the people the possibility to look at your presentation today. So I would really like to thank you all for being part of this research project. And of course, as I said, I would really like to thank all the jury for the work we have done, and of course we will continue to be available for any type of questions. I can imagine also trying to answer directly to some of the questions that were raised today. Thank you, Andre, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Cosimo. So I'm just going to do a final words to say that, well, congratulations to you all. It was great to have you all this morning, the jury, our invited speaker, but of course, a special word to the startups. You did an amazing job. There are no real winners or losers, and this is not a competition. This is a research program, like Cosimo said, and the startups that we have chosen are the ones that the jury considered to have the strongest fit at this stage of the program. We will be meeting again in September, probably virtually, as it happens due to the current situation. And to all the teams, regardless if you're moving forward with HiReach or not, you are alumni. We have been in touch with teams that did not move forward from Vienna. So we have been doing calls with them. We have been helping them, you know, getting to clients, developing their business plan. So for sure, the same will be with you guys, the teams moving forward and the teams not moving forward. So see you in September, everyone. You will be invited to join us for the final demo day, and for all the teams that are going through the next phase, you'll be getting an email from Cosimo and the rest of HiReach group. Thank you so much for the
Bye-bye. All the best.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Congratulations.
Bye-bye. Ciao.